storms are expected to catch you.
Join us at 8:30 for Mississippi Edition.
I really think the Roth IRA is the perfect one for you. Coming up, music by Luigi Boccherini. But first, we'll hear a piece.
Obesity costs $900 million a year.
We're going to talk about nothing but gardening for the next hour.
You're listening to MPB Think Radio. I'm Karen Brown, your host.
Stand by in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Storms are expected to catch you.
Join us at 8:30 for Mississippi Edition.
I really think the Roth IRA is the perfect one for you. Coming up, music by Luigi Boccherini. First, we'll hear a piece.
Obesity costs $900 million a year.
We're going to talk about nothing but gardening for the next hour.
listening to MPB Think Radio. I'm Karen Brown, your host.
Stand by at 5, 4, 3, 2.
These storms are expected to catch.
Join us at 8:30 for Mississippi Edition.
I really think the Roth IRA is the perfect one for you. Coming up, music by Luigi Boccherini. But first, we'll hear a piece.
Obesity costs $900 million a year.
We're going to talk about nothing but gardening for the next hour.
And we're out.
You're listening to MPB Think Radio. I'm Karen Brown, your host.
Stand by at 5, 4, 3, 2.
These storms are expected to catch.
Join us at 8:30 for Mississippi Edition.
I really think the Roth IRA is the perfect one for you. Coming up, music by Luigi Boccherini. But first, we'll hear a piece.
Obesity costs $900 million a year.
We're going to talk about nothing but gardening for the next hour.
listening to MPB Think Radio. I'm Karen Brown, your host.
Stand by in 5, 4, 3, 2.
These storms are expected to catch you.
Join us at 8:30 for Mississippi Edition.
I really think the Roth IRA is the perfect one for you. Coming up, music by Luigi Boccherini. But first, we'll hear a piece.
Obesity costs $900 million a year.
We're going to talk about nothing but gardening for the next hour.
Good morning. My goodness, I have never even seen a pastor in church get a congregation this quiet that so fast. It is so great to see you guys today for this very, very important occasion. I'd like to welcome you from Mississippi Public Broadcasting. My name is Ronnie Agnew. I am the executive director of the agency, and I have to tell you that this is maybe the best thing and one of the most important things that I enjoy doing every year. This is my third opportunity to do this for MPB, as I've been here that many years. I had the pleasure of being in Atlanta about a month ago, where I was able to accept an award from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting on behalf of MPB, where they designated us as an American Graduate Champion, which means that, and I was talking to someone a moment ago, and I said this, this problem is so complex and so enormous that we all have to take care of our own corner of it, our own piece of it to make a difference. We can't do this in isolation. MPB can do its part. We need everyone in this room, all of our partners out there in this room, to also do their part. And I have to tell you that I'm very, very proud of our education department. They are rock stars in my eyes. In the last 2 summers, they have trained upwards of 70 to 75 students to shoot video programming that they can take back to their schools. And the intent of that is to keep kids in school. So we have trained kids to be their own ambassadors within their own schools. And I have to tell you that as a parent, and you parents know this, kids listen to kids. We can preach to them all day long, but when their peers tell them something, they tend to listen to it just a little bit more. And I'm also very proud of what PBS has done over the years. Public Broadcasting, PBS has had the top 6 children's programming in the country, the top 6, 1 through 6. And that's the first time that's happened in 10 years. And get this, just a couple of months ago, there were 200 million downloads where mothers and daddies were downloading our material off in PBS to have interactive exercises with their children. And you know what? What am I talking about children? Because I believe that's where the dropout prevention efforts start. I have to tell you a story. I come from a family of educators. My mother-in-law was a retired principal from Ocala County. I have 4 siblings who are teachers. And I got to tell you, 3 of them are retired. But they are as passionate today about education and the issues facing educators as they were when they spent those 35 years in the classroom. But I got to tell you this too. It hit a whole lot closer to home here in the last few months when my 22-year-old son graduated from Ole Miss and is a first-year teacher in Mississippi Delta. Now, how shocking it must be for a 22-year-old to go from Madison Central High School, where there's 100% parental involvement, let me repeat that, 100% parental involvement, and Ole Miss, with all of its resources, to a poor district in the Mississippi Delta. Every day, when he comes home from school, we have long talks. He's not used to that. And, you know, sometimes education can prepare you for certain things, but they cannot prepare you for that. But I've learned this from him. Recently, they had a parent-teacher conference, and if he knew I was talking about him today, he'd probably come up here and say, "Dad, you're getting me in trouble." But anyway, recently they had a parent-teacher conference, and they have 250 kids in the school. A total of 10 parents came to the event, and those were from the better students. So it's proof to me that dropout prevention, indeed the dropout problem, starts in the early years. And it is proof that without someone being the catalyst in the home, a student's chances of success diminishes and the cycle of poverty just keeps on churning. In Mississippi, we absolutely have to treat this as a crisis that it is. We're a poor state that ought to be good and tired of being poor. In Mississippi, we have placed a Band-Aid on this problem. Poverty, I spent a lot of time in the Mississippi Delta. Poverty has become its own self-supporting industry. The industry of poverty has enriched many people, but the poor remain poor, largely because they never have given themselves a chance. School was their chance. Our state is assured of being on the bottom of major economic indicators as long as the problem lingers. And it will linger if we don't develop the same standards and expectations for at-risk students as we do for the so-called best and brightest. This is not a situation that can be turned around in a year, as you well know. However, it is going to take meetings like this one and others to help fix the problem, a little bit at a time. Now, Nikki McSellis, our education director, provided me with some statistics the other day, and it showed that the four-year graduation rate has climbed to 75%, the highest since 2007. But the dropout rate remains at 13.9%. So I wonder, yes, those numbers yes, we've seen improvement, but I'm concerned about the 13.9% and what that means for their future. It goes without saying that students face much more competition in the workplace. And that goes for all students. I cannot tell you how many students who are college educated who are calling my office on a daily basis looking for an opportunity. So if it's that much more competitive for them, what must it be like for a high school dropout? I can tell you that the future does not look bright for those people. The answer is easy. They will be unemployable and totally dependent on the social system that is reaching a breaking point. But we must not lose hope, and that's why we're here today. Among the chaos caused by students who come to school to make trouble are the cries of students who want a chance at a better life. That's what I told my young teacher's son. I tell him to never let the distraction of troublemakers overtake the voice of students looking for a brighter future. I tell him that it is an awesome responsibility that he is taking on, that the only way to reach these children is to show them that you care, one at a time. We can't give up on any of them, as I said earlier. Mississippi cannot afford to. It is costing us hundreds of millions of dollars, even billions, over the lifetime of their work life. But you're here today to help set the stage for the future. You're here today to help us craft answers. You know, one of the things about this conference that is interesting to me is that a lot of times I think I'm speaking to the true believers. But I'm also speaking to the people who are the frontline people who have to go out there and make these changes. I cannot thank you enough for your commitment to education. I cannot thank you enough for not giving up on these students. I have to tell you really quickly, I came from parents who were sharecroppers, who never made more than about $18,000 in their lives. But I have to tell you this, they had standards for us. And every single one of those 9 kids they raised went to college and graduated and got advanced degrees and have lifted themselves up and have lifted their children up. They have literally taken us off the roads of poverty into a position like this where Ronnie Agnew can be the executive director of Mississippi Public Broadcasting. And I'm darn proud of that. I am not a statistic. I will not be a statistic. And I don't believe that the students of Mississippi have to be statistics also. Now, I gave this great speech, man. I'm proud of myself. Good, that was good. That was good. That was good, man. That thing will preach. I tell you what. But I do also have someone here who is my partner in making sure all of these things happen. Her name is Leanne Brewer. She is, among other things, a wonderful person. She has had an ownership of Parents and Kids magazine in a prior life. She has been a general manager for Comcast. Do not throw anything at her for that. That was a good thing. Those are good days. And she knows I'm joking. And most recently, she is now the director of the Foundation for Public Broadcasting for Mississippi Public Broadcasting. And she is my partner in crime, and she has a few words that she wants to share with you. But thank you for being here, and thank you for caring about our kids.
I'm incredibly honored to be standing up here with this gentleman as my partner in what we do every day. And I am so delighted to be a part of Mississippi Public Broadcasting because of efforts like this. This is what Mississippi needs. This is what Mississippi deserves. And I have a business background, ad sales management in television for a lot of years, and it does my heart so much good to be involved with an organization and organizations like this where I feel like we can truly make a difference. And my job is to help with the corporate support, with member support for Mississippi Public Broadcasting, so that we continue programs like this, and so that we give them tentacles, so that we expand these, so that we can reach more people with these very important messages. And so some of those kids who can influence other kids can benefit from the information shared here and how to touch other kids. So I'm just honored to be here. I appreciate this opportunity, and I applaud the Education Department at MPB for all the efforts. They are the hardest working bunch I know, and I really, really appreciate all of them and all the different departments at MPB, as you see represented here today. And Ronnie, thank you very much.
I believe we're supposed to turn it over to Maggie. There she is, Maggie Stevens.
Thank you, Ronnie and Leanne.
Just because she went to Alabama, don't hold that against her.
I wasn't about to say that, but roll tide anyway. We're so glad to have everybody here on this morning. Are you all excited to be here? You all do not sound enthusiastic enough for me. Are you all excited to be here? All right, because we want to get you all moving and engaged, and today's focus is on the importance of community. If you all remember, there was an old adage that talked about a three-legged stool, and one of those legs stood for the family, one of those legs stood for the school, but that other leg is so important, and that's the importance of the community. And so that's what we're coming together to do today, is to engage in conversation on how the community can come together to combat the dropout crisis in our state. So if you have a smartphone, raise it up. Now in school they tell you don't have any of these, right? Don't have any gadgets, don't have your iPad, any of that out. Well, I've already made my first tweet. So if you use the hashtag SDS2013, we want to continue the conversation behind the scenes about what you are experiencing on today. So if you don't know what that means, Hilliard, raise your hand. He's one of our students that we've taken through some of our summer institutes. He can show you if you don't know how to tweet and use Twitter. So if you're talking about the conversation today, use the hashtag SDS2013. Without further ado, I want to bring up Yvetta Williams and Deanna Jenkins to talk more about what we've done through our Can I Kick It project. So let's have them at this time.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Yvetta Williams, and this is Deanna Jenkins, and we're here to talk to you a little bit about the Can I Kick It project. The Can I Kick It project actually is very, very dear to my heart, and the Stop the Drop project summit is even more dear to my heart because on the first Stop the Drop conference, 3 Stop the Drops ago, we introduced Can I Kick It to the world. Initially, it started as a project that we were doing with a group of adults, and basically what they were doing was that they were telling young people the importance of staying in school and reaching your full potential. We showed those videos, a couple of those, or a sample of those videos at our first annual Stop the Drop conference, and 3 years later, not only do we have these wonderful projects that the adults have done, we also have incorporated a project called the Can I Kick It Crew, where young people have the option or the understanding of video production, and they have the understanding of their own issues, and they share them with you and with the world through the Can I Kick It project. What we do is we take young people, we put a camera in their hand, we teach them how to do filmmaking projects, and they execute excellent projects. Today, we have 14 projects that our young people have done. In addition to that, we do a a Can I Kick It Summer Institute. We gather kids from across the city, across the state of Mississippi. We bring them to MPB, and we teach them for 3 weeks how to make film projects. And I have to say that their projects are absolutely wonderful. We have seen them grow as young people over the last 3 years. I do want to give a shout out to Hilliard. He's one of our Can I Kick It students here. He's part of the original Can I Kick It crew. And I'm just so proud of him. I'm so proud of all of our young people every time we see them. The young people also did a project for our, I'm sorry, I have throat issues right now, so please forgive me. The young people also did a project for the American Grad National Film Challenge. I'm gonna let Deanna tell you a little bit more about that, but I wanna say that nationally, those young people really impressed the world. They impressed the world so much that they were recognized in DC. Excuse me. This past summer, we hosted 25 of our young people who did 4 projects from beginning to end. They did the entire thing themselves, and they did some amazing work. We're going to show you a couple of the projects, but I want Deanna to tell you a little bit more about the Can I Kick It crew and what they actually have been working on. Thank you.
Good morning. This morning we will show off 3 films that our Can I Kick It crew has produced. The first one is Choices. I want you to know that, usually we watch movies, you'll turn them off when they go off, you don't look at the credits roll, but on this first one, I want you to look at the credit roll and I want you to listen to this poem that one of the students actually wrote and rapped at the end. So when Yvetta say that they actually come up with it from the beginning to the end, it's actually from the beginning to the end. The students actually, from concept to final cuts, they come up with the storyline, they write, they produce, and they act. So this is our first film, and these students are in the Jackson metro area.
How did you get here? I'm telling you, I do not know.
Sit down, boy. What are you, crazy? What is this?
Alright, you really want to know?
Yes.
And no games. Alright.
Well, it all started at lunch. Trey and I were talking about how we were going to the same college after graduation.
When we get to college, we're gonna have a girl. Yeah, bro, we're gonna have to keep it turned up. First, we got to hit that last set. You ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Gotta go to that press conference to sign them papers Wednesday, though. When is that? 11:15, bro. All right, I'm ready for it.
Trey saw Deshaun walking up and said,
"Man, why you still hanging out with this man? He a bad influence." Deshaun?
I just thought Trey was being a little uptight.
We go to the party, y'all wanna come?
Nah, man.
I was like, yeah.
All right, bro.
Dumbest choice I ever made.
There was 2 girls already at the park when we got there.
Hey, lady, my boy Paul.
I'm Adrian.
Caitlin.
What's up?
So I heard you had a basketball scholarship.
Yeah, I'm big for old me.
You know what, boy, so cold rapper it is now.
So what school you go to?
I don't go to school no more.
What school you go to?
We continued to talk about school, life, everything. While we were talking, Deshaun took out some pills. I didn't think I should take them. I'm an athlete, I know better, but I also didn't want to be left out. I mean, it looked pretty harmless and the girls took one. Also, I seen other folks pop them at school between classes. Who am I kidding? I couldn't let them think I was a lame. Besides, I think the girls were digging me. So I popped one. That's when everything went crazy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Huh?
It's definitely the best feeling ever. I see you straight now.
And that's all I know. Okay, you can go.
For now.
Man, you good?
Yeah, man, what time is it?
420 Wednesday.
What?
Yeah. It's all about choices, man.
Adrian Walker.
Blizzard. Let's talk about trust. Let's talk about trust. Yeah, let's talk about friends. Friends come with pressure. They supposed to stick together and be close like sisters and brothers. But when it gets stressful and they start to get jealous, they see you trying to do better. They want you back on their level.
Thank you. Earlier, Yvetta talked about spring break. Spring break with high school students? Yeah, that's what we said too. But this summer, this spring break, 2013, we had 25 students participate. For the first weekend of their spring break, they actually came and stayed at a camp. And they had a challenge, a film challenge, a 36 hours film challenge to make one film about dropout crisis. Not only did they make one film, they made 4 films, which all 4 was entered into a national competition, the American Graduate Film Fest. Out of that competition, 2 placed 2nd and 3rd place, which they received a free trip to Washington, D.C. The next film would be the one that placed 2nd place, The Invisible Bully.
Why you still at my school, girl? You must not be getting the message. You ain't nothing. You don't look like nothing. You ain't never gonna be nothing.
You're just a big waste of space, you freaking idiot. I don't know why you still here, you dummy. You might as well go ahead and drop out now.
You think you better than me? You think you smarter than me? Girl, you got me messed up. You gonna be just like me. You gonna be knocked up in high school, and you gonna repeat the same grade.
You're just a big waste of space.
Girl, you dumb.
You idiot.
You ain't gonna be nothing in
You're
life.
an imbecile. Real fast. Dumb. You should just kill yourself.
You ain't smart.
Are you okay? Clarissa, what's wrong? Look, don't get discouraged now. Graduation's only a year away and you'll be the first one in your family. I know you can do it. I believe in you. Come on, let's go.
I picked myself up and set out to disprove the haters. With some hard work, I made it to graduation. Now I dictate my future.
All right, I don't want anyone looking at their watches, okay? Because we cut out all the jibber jabber, okay? So everyone can enjoy it. But this last film, we want all the conversation to start after you look at this last film. In this last film, the students want to show how lawmaking decision affects them. Broken.
I've never felt good enough. I've never felt I had a purpose in life. I've been beaten and abused for so long. I've never felt beautiful for a moment. I wanted a temporary relief from this pain. Have you ever felt trapped in your own home? I feel trapped at home and even at school. I'm tired of finding myself in the bathroom. I'm tired of bawling my eyes out, hoping to sort out my pain with the clear blood that bleeds through my eyes. I cover my face so you won't see me. Me, the real me. The real me has had the worst days of her life, but you would know that. My makeup masks my pain and creates the wall that separates me from society. I went to class day to day, dreading every class but art. But one day, everything changed. Miss Maguna, my art teacher, told the class the news that would change my life. Art to be cut due to budget cuts. Are you serious? This is the last thing I need right now.
Get out of my mirror! Get out of my mirror!
My mom's abusive ways. My arts class was my way to release myself from this cage. Days passed, and as time went by, I felt my heart heavier by the second. Kathalina spots me in the library. My friend told me that art was getting canceled. So much for that. Fine. I decided to prove them wrong about the arts. I got together my fellow art students and we worked so hard to keep the only thing holding us at the seams. Hard work, dedication. Nothing could stop the state from taking the arts. The principal saw how much we cared, but at the end of the chaos, there was nothing he could do to change the outcome of the arts. So, my story of insanity and practically losing the love of my life sounds petty and heartbreaking. To whoever reads this, I hope your outlook on the arts change indefinitely. There isn't anything in school for me anymore. Why should I even try? Taking something so important from people who need it so badly.
And we just want you to know the longest it took to film those films was 2.5 weeks. So for those who say our students here in Mississippi cannot and will not compete against other countries and states, this is evidence. As long as you give them the tools and you know is willing to give them the help and the support they need, they can compete and they will compete only if we give them a chance. Next is Nikki McSellis.
Good morning. Push this down a little bit. My responsibility today is to introduce our keynote speakers, Ms. Donna Porter and Mr. DJ Batiste. Ms. Porter is a teacher and public speaker. She's a former oral communications, oral interpretation teacher at Picayune Memorial High School in Picayune, Mississippi. As a certified conscious discipline instructor, she provides ongoing training and coaching to teachers in the state of in the state of Mississippi on this remarkable classroom management philosophy. Ms. Porter is also a motivational speaker who shares a message of wise choices and commitment to education. Mr. DJ Batiste, student and public speaker, during the course of a troubled childhood and major difficulties in school, DJ Batiste started hanging out with gangs. His deepening involvement in gang life, drug abuse, and brushes with the law was steering him away from an honest and productive lifestyle when the intervention of a special teacher inspired him to turn his life around. Now, as I was thinking about what I was going to say about this duo, I started researching and came up with a few quotes that I found online. One person says, "I met this young man at a training this year. He is a true joy to be around and hear his story. How a teacher who believed in the conscious discipline program and in him turned him around. Way to go, DJ. You are a brave young man." What a great story, and kudos to this teacher for taking the time to reach this student. Someone else wrote, "DJ is amazing. I met him last summer and I saw him again this summer. I noticed how his conscious discipline skills have grown, and I am proud to be an observer of his journey. You rock, DJ." Someone else wrote, "Ms. Porter is a great example of what a teacher should be doing and what children should be learning. Connections and relationships is what it is all about. It works with all children, regardless of age." I almost cried watching this. It gave me goosebumps, is what someone else wrote. How amazing to see conscious discipline in action and with even older children. I have seen it work with younger children, but am amazed at how easy it is when your heart and mind are in the right place. Wow, you are changing the world. I've seen Ms. Porter and DJ present myself a total of 4 times or more. It never is the same presentation, and I've cried all 4 times. I have my Kleenex in hand. I encourage you to go find some as well. You will laugh, you will cry, you will be encouraged by the story of this teacher and the student whose life she saved. I introduce to you Ms. Donna Porter and Mr. DJ Batiste.
No. Sound. There we go. We're waiting a video that's about to be shown. As we wait on this, I think it's important that you know that DJ and I are ready for you to watch this video. Here we go.
In Washington today, the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts honored 10 teachers for their power to inspire. We asked Wyatt Andrews to tell us about one of them and the student whose life she changed.
Good morning. Welcome.
The first thing to know about Donna Porter,
You're looking good.
a teacher at Picayune Memorial High School in Mississippi,
Amazing. Wow.
is that Porter is relentlessly positive and upbeat,
How about that? That's great.
which is why everyone knew a collision was coming with the student everyone feared.
Beating people up, jumping people.
A gang member on release from reform school, DJ Batiste walked into Mrs. Porter's first day of class 2 years ago and brazenly asked her to cheat on her husband of 30 years.
And I looked up and down from head to toe, folded my arms and said, well, don't you think it's time for a change?
As if you're hitting on her.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's pretty bad behavior.
It is.
So I remember thinking, I need to take a deep breath. I've got this.
Got this, as in DJ goes to the office? No.
I said to DJ, I said, you have charisma. And he said, Miss P, what's that? And I said, you can work a room. And he said, yeah, I can. Shoulders back. Now he's like proud as a peacock.
Porter had guessed in that split second that DJ was a thug only because he wanted to be noticed. So she made him the class greeter.
Good morning, how you doing today?
This job, he showed me, of saying hello to every classmate every day was the first positive attention he ever got in school.
She actually changed my life. Changed my life.
Where would you be now?
In jail or hell.
In jail or hell?
In jail or hell.
DJ stayed in class and graduated on time to cheers. It was DJ who nominated Mrs. Porter for the Kennedy Center Teaching Award, an award given in the name of Broadway icon Stephen Sondheim. When we showed Sondheim tape of Donna Porter and DJ Batiste, it brought tears.
Why did that make you emotional? Well, you watched in action what a teacher can do. Look at the pride on his face, that joy. I don't think I've ever been that happy in my life.
It's the greatest accomplishment of my life.
This young man.
And he's going to do great things.
When Porter teaches, she told us she is reading her students, watching for who needs help and who's behind. With affection, she calls them lumps of coal and believes that every one of them, just like DJ, could be her next job. Wyatt Andrews, CBS News, Picayune, Mississippi.
And that's the CBS Evening News for tonight. For all of us at CBS News all around the world, good night.
There's a famous quote that I tell my students, and the quote is, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I'm going to change that and say students don't care how much you know unless they know how much you care. Dropout prevention is a very complex issue with many tentacles that we need to try to attack. But basically, we kind of have a simple formula, a strategy to start off with, and that's about caring about young people. If you're an educator in this audience, your job is to care in the classroom, in the hall, in the lunchroom, in the courtyard. If you're a parent, your job is to care about your children. If you're a politician, your job is to care about their education. Whatever it takes, we must keep them in school. As a former dropout prevention coordinator at my high school, I named it Project Wipeout Dropout, for we're also the Tide, but a maroon Tide, and just became the 5A state champions in football. And so we yell a little bit about that. But what I found out is doing Project Wipeout Dropout, is within the 5 years that I did that, sometimes the issue that students kind of hold on to, that may be the only reason they don't continue their education, can be as simple as not having the money for an ink cartridge to print their term paper that is required for graduation their senior year. It's not complex. It's not about all this fancy programming. It's about somebody to listen to. What do you need? What will it take for you to graduate? I can't do my term paper, Miss Porter, because we don't have $5 to get gas to get to Walmart to get the ink, and I can't graduate without a paper. See, we've got to peel back the layers of that onion and find out what is the reason each and individually at-risk student may have and address their individual issue. I've read the research on dropout prevention. I know it. But until I got in the trenches, did I know it's an individualized issue. That there needs to be someone at every school in Mississippi to attack the individual issues that that one student may have, mentor, tutor, financially support them, whatever it takes. And we understood from our amazing speaker at the beginning that it does start early. Early childhood is where dropout prevention begins. But I'm now going to let my former student talk to you about how it's never too late, including a senior year. Welcome, DJ.
Good morning. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. We are honored to stand before you today and to share our story, to give back. And just to start off, I want to tell you that I do agree. Dropout prevention does start at a younger age. There's no doubt about it, but I feel like we have begun to accept that if we don't catch them while they're young, then we've missed them. That's not true. That's not true. There is no, oh, it's too late to catch them. There is none of that. There is none of that. As a matter of fact, within my story right here that you just witnessed, I was in the 12th grade. I was a senior. By that time, people had already told me, people had already classified my life. They told me by the time you're 21, you will be dead. They told me this already. This is what they told me. By the time you will never see 21, you continue to live in the streets like you living, you continue to do the things that you're doing, there's no way you can see 21. And honestly, I agree. Not only did I agree, I accepted it. I can remember being 18 telling myself, you got 3 more years to live, boy, what you gonna do? I remember that. I remember that. So I want to tell you the first thing, please, if you feel like it's a stopping period, or if you feel like that it's a period that you can no longer reach a student, you're wrong. There is no such thing like that. You know what I'm saying? As long as your intent is to really teach, there's no such thing as a stopping period. Now me and Ms. Porter travel around the world sharing our story to teachers, and I ask teachers all the time, the question that you have to ask yourself, what is your true intent? To teach or to punish? And if your true intent is to teach, then you will handle that situation just like Ms. Porter handled it up there. Now don't get me wrong, I'm gonna be honest with you. I felt like after I sexually harassed Ms. Porter on the first day of school, which I did, but you know, I want to tell you, it was more of a for the class to make the class laugh. I was the class clown. Therefore, as a class clown, you're willing to be disrespectful and to say nasty things to whoever, whether it be the teacher, whether it be someone in the classroom, or whoever it may be. But I want to tell you this. This is how I expected that first day to happen. Don't you think it's time for a change? What? How dare you come in here on the first day of school, my jewelry match my toenails, and my clothes are everything right. Get out of here. Guess what I can say? I ain't bet. I ain't want to be here anyway. Slam the door on the way out. Boom. All the girls say, he bad and he cute.
There's some girls in this audience.
This is what I tell myself now. This is what I tell myself. I'm being honest with you. This is exactly what I tell myself before I even step in, before I even know who this is. But guess what? Guess what? She looked at me after I said that. Now, at that point in time right there, it set my whole life right here. The reason I'm able to stand before you today, the reason we're able to get a correspondent to come from Washington, D.C. to record us to be on CBS News is only because the way she handled the situation. I did what DJ do every day, be a clown. Nothing changed about my actions. It was the way Ms. Porter handled the situation after I said what I said. So just know this, you can never change what a student come in class and does. It's impossible. We're going to do that regardless, but you can change the way you handle it. As a matter of fact, it's 4 reasons why children misbehave. Remember this. There's 4 reasons why we misbehave. Power, revenge, attention, and adequacy. Whew. That's powerful right there. That's powerful. Let me tell you why that's so powerful. That way, when you see a student act up, you automatically put him in one of those 4 categories. That way, you know exactly how to approach that student. Wow. Not only that, within the classroom, within dealing with students, it's 5 C's. Caring, connection, conflict resolution, contribution. Wow. Here we go right here. I want to tell you the most important thing right here. Connection. Connection. Without a connection, cooperation follows connection. Therefore, without a connection, there is no cooperation. Wow. Wow. This is the reason we're able to do what we're able to do, for the simple fact I had one teacher right here standing beside me. My second mom's right here. Without her, I wouldn't be here today. As you see, the correspondent asked me why the camera was on me. He knew that this was going to be played in front of the world. He said, where would you be today? I said, in jail like hell. Now, don't get me wrong. It's edited so you couldn't see him ask me, what? This is what he said. After I said that, he said, what? I said, yes, sir. In jail or hell. This because that's what's real. That's what's real. So I promise you, that is mine. No matter how difficult a student may be, if your true intent as the teacher, not even as a teacher, as a mentor, period, if your true intent is to teach and not punish, you can do it.
It's very important for all of us in this room to try to find, oh, way to go, DJ. He's always had that gift. I saw that gift on the very first day of school. And it's so important for each and every person in this room to find the gifts and talents for every at-risk student that you're in the company of. I love the videography project. There are kids there that didn't even know they had gifts and talents in this arena. And oftentimes, there are many students in high schools across the nation who are invisible. They feel they don't contribute to anything for the common good. And once you give them and show them their talent, in his case, it was public speaking, look at what he's doing now. He's living his dream. But you see, it was foretold that he would never walk across that stage on May 23rd and receive that diploma. It was foretold that he would never live to 21. And DJ, how old are you now?
22.
22. All right. On his 21st birthday, we were driving to Memphis, Tennessee to be keynote speakers at the Peabody Hotel. If you've been there, you know a little bit about the Peabody. Tell them how it felt walking in that place.
Well, when I was going to the Peabody, you know, we was on the road, so we was dressed. So I had on my regular clothes, you know, snapback, $5 t-shirt from the corner store.
I know we always have to stop at the corner store and get a new t-shirt.
Fresh pair of J's on my feet, you know what I'm saying? So when I walked in to the Peabody, which is a very uppity hotel, they gave me that look. Y'all know that look. Y'all know that look. They gave me that look, you know what I'm saying? But I'm used to getting that look because let me tell you this, let me teach you something else. We are natural born judges. This is the way we were born. You have to train the brain to notice. So until you train your brain to notice, only then will you not judge. So I tell people all the time, don't be discouraged or down on yourself because you catch yourself judging. This is how you were born. This is the way you were born. So when I walk in there, I already know what to expect, especially how I'm dressed. I got on a regular white tee with Levi's and Jordans. They look at me like that, you know, with that look, you know, they give me that look, so I just tell Miss P, look. I say, Miss P, look at him. You know, I don't say nothing, though. I just keep on doing my thing. I say, Miss P, you know what's funny, though? All that money that they paid to be here, I'm their closing keynote.
There you go. And so on our way there, it hit me, and I said, DJ, do you realize what tomorrow will be when you're on that stage in front of 600 educators in the company of Dr. Larry Lizotte, Dr. Doug Green, and Mr. Stedman Graham? Do you know what tomorrow is? It's your 21st birthday.
And, you know, it just shows us that this was a plan from the beginning. No doubt in my mind. There's no coincidence or no accident. This was already planned. As a matter of fact, it's not by coincidence that they chose the age of 21. Because a long time ago, this was written in the book that on my 21st birthday, I would be on the stage presenting to educators. Not only that, on the itinerary with doctors, highly educated people. It's not by coincidence that they chose the age of 21 because this was written a long time ago. I promise you that. You know what I'm saying? I told Ms. Porter that we were set up. It's not by accident that I sexually harassed on the first day. That was meant to happen. So I want to tell you this. It's only, I want to be honest with you, you know what I'm saying? I beat every single one of my teachers. My first time being expelled, I was 4 years old in preschool. My first time being kicked out of school, I was 4 years old. I can remember my grandma come and pick me up. She said, boy, how you get expelled from preschool? And I remember telling myself, I don't know, Mom. You know what I'm saying? And she began to cry. And I remember thinking to myself, Mom, you already got your school out the way. What you crying for? Then she told me this, which to a 4-year-old didn't make any sense, but it makes sense now. She said, do you not understand that you're a reflection of me? Once again, I want to tell you, to a 4-year-old, that didn't make any sense. I thought to myself, no, Mom. When I look in the mirror, I see myself. But now I understand what she was saying was, when I go to that school and I act up, this is what they saying. He has no home training. Well, I want to tell you, I stand before you today to let you know that I had extra home training. My grandma had me in church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And no need to say Sunday, because we know I was there then. But watch this, though. When I was outside of my grandma's eyes, I did what I wanted to do. Be honest with you. So this is because you see a student act up, but this is because you see a student who's busy. We learned that in elementary. We don't call them bad anymore. We call them busy. So this is because we have a student who's busy. Please do not assume that he has no home training. That may be the case, but it's not the case every time. Not the case every time. So one thing that we tell teachers all the time, now we've been as far as Hawaii, we're going to New York. That's big right there. She's talking about she's taking me to a Broadway show. Now you got to understand, coming from a boy who felt like his town and the next town over was the world, the fact that now I get a chance to experience so much more, and to think that I was supposed to be dead by 21. And the only reason I'm not, watch this, the only reason I'm not is because an educator, a teacher, who never gave up on me. So no matter how hard the struggle may be, you give your all and you never give up. Because as a student, we know when it's real. Thank you, Miss P.
Oh, thank you. What an honor. What an honor to be on that vehicle for change, to be chosen, to be put in his path, to find his gifts. Because the first thing I thought of when he walked in my room and was so disrespectful, what we need to try to remember is that usually that's a cry for help. When students are acting out, when young people are breaking laws and making poor choices, they need our help. And so I thought to myself, he needs something. He's asking for help. I don't know this young man, but everybody in the class knew him. And they were watching me to see how I would handle him. And you know, I think it's a great thing that I didn't know him. I hadn't analyzed his cumulative record and seen alternative school, expelled from there, back to school, back to alternative school, juvenile. I was glad I hadn't seen that because it would have clouded my judgment. Because what I saw is a young man with gifts. And so this is what I said. DJ, do you go to the doctor when you're well?
I go when I'm sick.
You go when you're sick. Do you come to school when you know every single thing there is to know?
You come to learn a little bit.
You come to learn a little bit. And you've got a lot to learn. But guess what? I can't wait to teach you. So I've been thinking, as soon as you walked in, you know what I noticed about you more importantly than what you said? Is you have something called charisma. Do you know what charisma means?
Charisma?
Yes.
I'm cute.
Well, it kind of means you're cute in a way. It means that you can have this audience in the palm of your hand. And sir, you have that. And a smile.
Aww.
Wow. Look at that smile. So research shows what you focus on, you get more of. So I was thinking, I want to focus on the strengths I saw in you. Your charisma, your smile. So what can I do with that? I have jobs in my classroom. Remember in kindergarten when you had a job?
Oh yeah, I was the line leader.
I bet you were the line leader all year long because I bet that teacher needed you to stand right by her all the time. We don't have line leaders in high school. I have appropriate jobs for you. And you know, it usually takes me about 2 weeks to figure out what student deserves what job. I don't need that with you because you were innately designed to greet people. And so, you know, Walmart has a greeter when you come in. Have you ever noticed that, Mr. Baptiste? They're the first person you see, and their job is to welcome you and just help you any way they can, give you a basket. I need you to be the first person our students see in my class. And I've been thinking, you could stand at that door, you could shake everybody's hand, high five, appropriately hug the pretty girls, okay? And more importantly than that, you know what I think I'm gonna do? since you're so seeking that attention that you need, I'm going to let you open my class every morning for 2 to 3 minutes. Come to the front of the room, welcome us, and say, "What's up?" How does that sound to you?
Hold up. So you mean to tell me I get to stand outside the door every day?
Every day.
I'm the first person everybody see.
First
I get to
person.
shake everybody's hand.
Yes.
Then on top of that, I get to come and stand in front of the class and have my own session for 2 to 3 minutes.
Absolutely. How does it sound?
All right.
Okay, there's just one catch. Just breathe. You can handle this. You just have to be on time.
Why?
Because if you're going to be the first person everybody sees, you've got to be first. Miss Porter, welcome to my class. So this is the way I handled his defiant, disrespectful behavior, by not focusing on the disrespect and what he did wrong, but what he can do right. And so day 2 of his senior year, I see him coming through the halls, pushing people out of his way, like Moses parting the Red Sea. And I remember these words that are profound for everybody in this audience. He said, "Everybody move out of my way. I have to get to Miss Porter's room on time because I have a job to do for her. I have a job to do for her." You see, what many at-risk kids are missing are connections in school. They come in a classroom, the teacher barely knows their name, nobody else in the room knows who they are, and they feel invisible. But you're more likely to get cooperation from somebody you feel connected with. And look at us. Do you see any similarities between us? In fact, when we travel, we get a lot of odd looks.
And then, once again, now you got to remember, you're natural born judges. So, we catch them looking, and they be trying to figure out, dang, sugar mama, or what exactly. But when I catch them looking, I say, "Miss P, look.
And one time we were in Cracker Barrel in Mobile, and this waitress came up to us, and she was looking around the corner. We're so used to the looks. And she was looking around the corner, and she was like, "We just need to know, are you Leanne Toohey, and is he Michael Orr?" And we were like, I was like, I am from Mississippi, went to Mississippi State, not Ole Miss. Poor, struggling Mississippi teacher, don't own Kentucky Fried Chickens and Taco Bells. He did play him a little ball, but he doesn't sport a Super Bowl ring. We could not convince her that we weren't who she thought we were. So she brought out a menu and asked us to autograph it. So I signed "Best wishes, Leanne Toohey," and he signed Michael Orr, had to ask me how to spell it. So that was kind of a problem. But we have nothing in common, and I think this is what is the beauty of this story. This is why The Blind Side sold millions of copies. This is why people went back to see the movie over and over. This is why they read the book. Because how great is it that a middle-class white teacher embraces an at-risk African-American boy? I mean, this is what it should be like, though. We shouldn't see color. We shouldn't see socioeconomic status. We should see people.
Say that, Miss P.
People. We need to invest in people. As I looked at that video, I saw the trophies in the corner. I was a speech and debate coach, and I have trophies this high, but you know what? They're in my attic because I retired. And as I packed them up, and one of them was a state champion, my son. And as I packed them up, I noticed how tarnished they were. And I thought, all that work and all that we did to get all that glory, they're tarnished. And they're going in an attic. What I really should have been doing more of is investing in people. See, they don't tarnish, because then they can create a ripple effect. And we want to impact as many people as possible. So you have to invest in one. If you think this problem is too big, there's no way we can fix it, Find one. Look at what the one I invested in. Here you go. When the correspondent asked me, what was my greatest accomplishment? Yes, I've had national finalists. I've stood on a stage in front of the Philadelphia Philharmonic Orchestra with a 4th in the nation student, but you know, that wasn't my greatest endeavor. This is my greatest endeavor. Because he is able to share a story that resonates with so many young people. DJ, tell them about the things that you did and how far you've come.
Well, when I was in the 5th grade, I started my own gang. I was the leader of a gang within the 5th grade. I can remember being around the neighborhood, seeing gangs and telling myself I'd never be a part of that. But as I got older within the 5th grade, I said, I'm gonna start my own gang. I'm gonna start my own gang. And within 2 weeks, I had 75 people in my gang. Got in trouble, had to go, moved on, had to go to another school. When I got to my new school, they did their work on time, they turned their work in, they did their homework. Like they were supposed to. That was boring to me. To be honest with you, that was boring to me. So I tell myself, I'm gonna start me a gang up here. And within 2 weeks at my new school, 2 weeks, I'm a brand new face. I have 48 people following me. 48 people. And got moved to alternative school. The principal came and told me, you know, he came and got everybody who was a part of my gang. I'm the only person in handcuffs. Only person in handcuffs. I asked him, I said, excuse me, why am I the only person in handcuffs? He said, because you the leader. If I get rid of you, get rid of the problem. So I went to alternative school, served my time in alternative school. The principal named Mr. Mack, he came and talked to him. He said, you know, you finna go back to regular school, you ready? I said, oh, Mr. Mack, trust me, I'm ready. Y'all do not do enough talking over here for me. I like to talk, Mr. Mack. Y'all want us to sit over here quiet. I can't do that. He said, well, all right. Monday, I'm back in regular school. Tuesday, I'm back in regular school. Wednesday, trouble. Thursday, I'm stepping off the bus at the alternative school. Mr. Mack looked me in my eyes after be going for 2 days, really, because Wednesday I got in trouble. What took you so long? That's what he asked me. What took you so long? Which now, as I'm older and I understand the brain research, he knew I wasn't ready. He knew I would be back. See, this is what happened in that situation right here. They put me in a holding tank. That's what alternative school was. That was a holding tank, because while I was there, I didn't learn any skills. Therefore, I went back to regular school with the same lack of skills that I went to alternative school with. So guess what I returned to? My old ways. To be honest with you. Therefore, I want you to know that a lot of times we punish students for skills that they lack. As a matter of fact, I love when Ms. Porter do this, how you can be punished for skills that you don't lack, but no matter how the reward is, if you don't have the skills, it can't be done. Ask them, Ms. P, ask them.
So here's an example. If I ask someone in the audience to perform open heart surgery on a patient and they must live, could you do it? Unless there's a cardiovascular surgeon in the audience, I think the answer is no. All right, so I'm going to reward you. I'm going to give you $50,000 cash if you could do that. Can you do it? Raise your hand if you can do it. And the patient must live, and it must be a successful operation. Okay, I'm going to give you $1 million cash. Could you do it? Raise your hand if you could perform that with the set of skills that you have. The reward's pretty high. It's enticing. You want to try, don't you?
You would pick up that scalpel.
She wants to try.
But guess what, though? All of us know, including myself, there's no way I can perform open heart surgery. You know why? Because I don't have the skills.
But I gave you a reward.
That's not no matter how much, you can give me 10 more million. But guess what, Miss P? There's no way I can perform open heart surgery and my patient live. Now, don't get me wrong. I can play operation and try some things. But we all know that deep down, there's no way I can perform open heart surgery and our patient live. Therefore, you know what I'm saying? That's exactly what we tied to. We don't have that skill. We don't have that skill. And I tell teachers all the time, Miss P, what you did, you came and equipped my toolbox. Before I met you, only tool I had in my toolbox was a hammer. And when the only tool you have in your toolbox is a hammer, everything becomes a nail. Why? Everything becomes a nail. So when I ran into Miss P, what she was able to do, she was able to look at me, realize that I need to equip this toolbox. I need to give him more tools. So now every day I wake up in the morning, guess what? I have a toolbox full of tools. I understand that it may be a situation where I need a screwdriver instead of a hammer. Not only that, I understand that it's going to be a situation where I need a Phillip instead of a flathead. Only because Miss Porter came and equipped my toolbox. That's it. That's all it's about. You know what I'm saying? Before I got to Miss Porter, I didn't have those tools. I left with them. Not only that, I will always have them. Don't get me wrong, me graduating high school was huge. I mean, literally in the community and everything. My grandma called everybody she knew. It was crazy. But I want to tell you, at the end of the day, the most important thing that Miss Porter gave me was my tools for my toolbox. That diploma is good, and I know it's there, and it's paperwork that's behind my name, and I needed that. But at the end of the day, what I use in my life and my life skills that Miss Porter taught me, the most important thing I learned while I was there. It's not a doubt in my mind.
His grandmother, as he stated, was so excited he was going to graduate. She often didn't know what else to do with this journey from 4-year-old to 18-year-old in an academic setting because she was getting quite a few phone calls from teachers and principals. So she resorted to prayer. And she told me she spent a lot of time on her knees. Thank God that he had a grandmother who sought that. And so DJ, how did that work out for you?
Well, like I said earlier, you know, my grandma, she was I'm talking about she in the church heavy, which means by her raising me, I was in the church heavy. And as a matter of fact, me and Miss Porter just went back to present at the church. And I told the pastor, you know, this was my first time seeing him in a long time since I was younger. I shook his hand, you know, I'm a man now, so we eye to eye. I said, I ain't gonna lie, I used to be all up under your pews. And I told him, I said, I ain't gonna lie to you, you know what I'm saying? This church right here, you know, I can remember being here, and I didn't understand anything you were saying, but I knew that at church, if I continue to do what I'm doing, my grandma gonna reach over here and I'm telling you, my grandma, she had a deadly pinch. In the church, she used to hit me with that pinch, and it don't matter what I was doing, it'll get me right for a little while. But so every morning, before I get on the bus, my grandma put a drop of blessed oil on my forehead. Be honest with you. Every morning, no matter what, I'm talking about every single morning I wake up, my grandma put a drop of blessed oil on my forehead and said a prayer over me. So it was one morning, I got my backpack, I got everything ready, I'm headed out the doorway, and she didn't come to put the blessed oil on me yet. So I'm thinking to myself, I guess I get to miss today. So I'm headed out the doorway, and I heard her scream. She said, DJ. Now look. My grandma don't put her blessed oil in a Windex bottle. She stood from a distance and squirted me all in my face. She screamed, I'm gonna get these demons out of you. That's what she told me. And no lie, that story right there, that blessed oil story, I promise you, has literally been told from coast to coast. And I end it like this every time. I have to. It's funny, and we laugh about it, but it's no doubt in my mind that those prayers that my grandma prayed over me then is the reason I'm able to do what I do today.
I've gotten letters from students over the last decade that have written such kind and wonderful things. And the letters that I focus on are 4. Because, see, these were 4 letters in which they all wrote, not only were they not going to graduate from high school before our class, they were going to take their lives. And so we, as people, never really know what's going on in the worlds of kids. And to think that there are students out there that feel so hopeless that they're willing to take their own life at 15 and 16 years old is a very scary thing. I had a student that came in one day, laid her head down, and if I would have looked at her as how disrespectful, you know better, you're 17, you come in my room and you put your head up. I watched her do it for 3 consecutive days, and finally I slipped a little note under there, and I said, I noticed you seem very tired. And she said, I'll tell you why. My dad's a crystal meth addict. And I stay up all night long to make sure he doesn't OD. But I'm going to be able to pay attention in your class next week, and I'm real excited because he gets to go to prison. And this is the way she wrote it. He gets to go to prison so I can focus on learning and not have to worry about him dying. And see, that story said to me, we cannot judge these kids for what we see on the outside. They may be trying with everything they have in them. They may be against obstacles. I couldn't even make that up. Obstacles none of us can even imagine. But if we can reach out and save one and help one, the ripple effect could be amazing. The 4 who chose to live, and all 4 graduated. Last May, my son was valedictorian of the class of 2013. And I have to admit that it probably was one of the greatest moments of my life. My oldest son had also been valedictorian, and so being a public speaking teacher, I wanted to help Chad with his speech so much, and he wouldn't let me. And when he came to the podium, he said, "My mom's going to kill me because I didn't let her help me with his speech." But she also taught us that repetition of great works is very amazing. So in honor of my older brother, I'm going to give his speech. And so I was just taken back hearing my older son's speech again. But then all of a sudden I lost myself in that for a few moments and said, Melissa walks across the stage before Chad. Melissa, the student who wrote me a note that she had already planned on August 13th on a Thursday to take all the pills that she had stashed under her pillow to end her life. But because I noticed that she had gifts in writing, she chose to get rid of the pills on August 13th on a Thursday. If I hadn't have walked up to her on August 13th on a Thursday and said, "Look at your writing, you are destined for greatness," Melissa would not be walking across that stage in front of Chad. So I focus more on that and the important role that we need to do. Mississippi is known for a lot of really bad things, but they're also known for being the most charitable state in the nation. We're the poorest, but yet we give the most. But what DJ and I are here today is to beg, to urge, to insist that you give of yourself to one. Our story culminates with graduation day. It was all over the streets. DJ would never graduate. And what did you actually thought about graduation day? What was it going to be like for you?
I mean, well, I knew I would be at graduation, but not walking across the stage. And I'll be ready for graduation to get over, hurry up and be over so we can get to the party. You know, we know we're going to party now. Graduation party, that's what I would know, is no doubt in my mind. That's when I thought of graduation. But can you believe that the day before graduation, I have a cap and gown hanging for me? I ain't just holding it for one of my little homeboys. This is really my cap and gown. That next day, graduation was at 7 o'clock. By 12 o'clock, I was fully dressed. Fully dressed, walking around everywhere, cap and gown. I'm talking about it didn't matter where we was going. They took me out to eat and everything. Guess what? I'm cap and gown. Everywhere I go, you know, I ain't gonna lie, I was really just that excited. So we get to graduation. We get out the car, you know what I'm saying? Everybody looking at, you know, everybody want to take pictures. I ain't gonna lie, I want to take pictures too. So then I see Miss P. I say, "Miss P."
Hey, DJ, wow.
What up, Miss P? Oh, I know I'm sharp.
You
sharp.
look amazing.
I know it. Miss P.
Yes.
It's nothing more I can want on this world and on my graduation day than for you to walk me to my chair. Because without you, I wouldn't be here. So me and Miss P locked arms like this. The gate swung open. We stepped in that thing. And let me tell you, they went crazy. They went crazy. I'm talking about everybody stood up. That was the most emotional part of graduation. No matter all those students who walked across that stage, that was the most emotional part because literally everybody stood up and clapped when they seen me come through the gate. Only for the simple fact, they knew me. They had given up on me a long time ago. So the fact that now that they're here at graduation, they see me coming to the stage to get my diploma, all because one teacher believed, all because one teacher had faith, all because one teacher showed me that she cared. I was able to graduate. So thank you, Ms. P.
I love you, DJ. You know, we probably violated some policy by having a teacher walk in with the class of 2010. And DJ's grandmother was taking as many pictures as she could, and the lady behind her said, "Look at that student coming in with a teacher. He must be so bad that a teacher had to escort him in." And she looked back and she said, "Oh no, ma'am, that's my grandson." And that teacher loved him with all her heart, and he loved her. And he's asked her to do it as an honor to him for her to walk in. So I think she cried more tears on graduation day. She still cries every time she sees us. But, you know, to have a grandson that was born to a 14-year-old mother and a 16-year-old dad who didn't graduate from high school, who himself, she was a teen parent and he was a teen parent, it was the world to her, for her to see him in that cap and gown. What we have to do is make these parents and grandparents' dreams come true. You know, I think about graduation night. It is probably for some kids the only day in their life that they'll be a hero. I want to end with this story that DJ struggled a little bit. He continued to get in a little bit of trouble his senior year. And one time in the cafeteria, because he had some anger management issues, he didn't like the fact that he couldn't go back into line and get an extra juice. I brought him apple juice this morning because I know how much he loves his juice. And so he got a little frustrated and threw the juice at the cafeteria worker. So we were both called in the principal's office. Mrs. Porter and DJ report to my office, because when you saw one, you saw two. And he sat us both down and he said, "To you, what did he say?" "I noticed you already put your microphone down." He said, "To you."
Well, he told me that I have to feed you, but I do not have to let you use my cafeteria. So you are no longer allowed in my cafeteria for the rest of the year. I'm kicking you out of my cafeteria. You banned. So I was banned from the cafeteria. He told Ms. Porter that every day you would have to.
I have to get the menu, like you do in the hospital, take it to Mr. Dwayne. He gets to circle if he wants white milk, chocolate milk, salad, hot dog. Go get his lunch, bring his lunch to my room on my off period, and let him eat in there with me. So we're both being punished. Because see, it's not always cool to be an advocate for at-risk kids. We turned that time, though, into such a blessing. We began to call it the lunch bunch. And there were two young African-American men who meandered their way to our lunch bunch, who felt very invisible. Mac, with his dreads, what a rapper he was. What a gift for rhythm and music. Kevin, what a smile. And did he love the New Orleans Saints? And so for about 9 weeks, DJ, Kevin, Mac, and me ate lunch together. Kevin was predicted to never graduate from high school. He came from inner city New Orleans, and it was all he could do just to survive. And he was going through a court case at the time for attempted murder. But I never held that against him. Because you see, I believe that if you have a little education, you have that high school diploma, that can maybe open some doors to you that have always been closed. And so it ended the semester with our lunch bunch. We had one last lunch together. It's the day before graduation, and Kevin is so excited. He's made it. And he said, "Miss P, I want you to be there. What do you think I should wear?" I helped him with his attire and made sure his parents had plenty of film in their camera. And I still remember the smile on his face that night. For that night, on May 16th, he was a hero. He He was a hero to his parents. He was a hero to his friends. He was a hero to his aunts who came from afar to watch him graduate. But it didn't last long. Because about 2 weeks after graduation, Kevin was murdered. And on the way back from a speaking engagement, I heard about it. And I called DJ. I just dropped him off in the hood, and I knew he would know. I said, DJ, I've just heard Kevin was murdered. You have to go to the hood and find out for me. It can't be true. And he calls me back in a little bit. He said, it's true. And you know, all I could think was graduation. I called his parents, and they said, Miss Porter, do you know the last great memories we have are you standing by Kevin at graduation when we took a picture? We are holding on to that night for the rest of our lives. Graduation's huge for so many reasons. Economically, yes, but for life, more importantly. What an honor to speak to you. Please pray for us as we continue our journey. We are the change we want to see in this world. Thank you so much.
Didn't they do a great job with their presentation? And if we listen to Donna very closely, she gave us a challenge. How many of you all would take that challenge to make sure you impact at least one student over the course of this coming year for 2014? I see some. To make sure that you directly impact that student. We're going to dismiss all of our exhibitors and vendors to go to your stations at this time, as well as our breakout session speakers, if you would go at this time as well to get set up. We have 6 sessions that are available to you, and they will be repeated. So you'll see on the back of your name badges, there's a full agenda, and it says from 10 until 10:50, and then also from 11 until 11:50. These sessions will be repeated, so you'll get a chance to go to 2 sessions. The first one will be right here in the auditorium. It's called Arts Integration and the Mississippi Arts Commission's Whole Schools Initiative. It will be led by Lemuel Eubanks from the Mississippi Department of Education, and also Jody Engel, who's the director of MAC's Whole Schools Initiative. We had one addition that will be in Meeting Room 1, so it's not on your agenda, but it will be led by Camper Floyd with Get to College. And the topic for that session is you are college material. So if you want to attend that session, it will be in Meeting Room 1. In Meeting Room 2, Youth Asset Development, Students Earning 100% Return on Their Investments, will be led by Evelyn Edwards from the Mississippi Council on Economic Education. In Meeting Room 3, the 5 C's of Young Life, led by Vince Gordon with Young Life. In Classroom 108, so all the meeting rooms are right behind us. If you'll still go out into the hallway and go around, you'll get a chance to visit our exhibitors. The classrooms, though, if you go out, will be on the right. So in Classroom 108, we have a special student session called Can I Kick It? The Issues We Face as Students Today, led by Nikki McSellis and Yvetta Williams. And then also in Classroom 109, #Parents, Keeping Up with Your Kids on Social Media, led by Ashley Jeffcoat from MPB. So we're going to go ahead and move to those sessions at this time. Again, you get a chance to pick 2 of those. So pick your first session now, and then also keep in mind what you may be going to for session 2. And again, the addition for Meeting Room 1 will be Get to College Center, You Are College Material, and the special students only session in Classroom 108 with Nikki McSellis and Yvetta Williams. Thank you all. Test. Testing. Jody is about to tell you all which file it is. And if anybody is in here for her session, if you all would move up closer for us, please. That's what I was doing. That's fine.
Yeah, come on, have a seat. Have a seat. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, which file?
Okay, thank you. Go to presentations, please. Presentations. Yes, yeah. Yay, thank you. Good morning. If you are here for the arts integration session, please come on down and join us. If you would move forward, we're going to gather, if you don't mind coming to these just a few tables so we can all get comfy. Thank you. Okay. All right. So, yes, please. Yes, please. Cool. All right, great. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Oh,
be careful with Deanna because those are wire. They're gonna probably have to look at it.
Slide the whole table back just a little bit. I would hate to see me shoot off. It would make good TV.
Was it? Oh, okay, okay. I didn't get that part. I didn't get that part. But just from video though, you don't know that.
Who phone is it? In Vegas.
And I think this our.
No, that's not our phone. That's theirs.
Oh, that's the one.
Yeah, that's their computer. That's me. In the clicker part of it, the receiver of it. What you gonna do this? Are we through? Are we through with all this?
Yeah, no, that was for hers, but the connector is up there anyway. Yes, because when they come in here, he's gonna be.
We're not going to sit.
Is that your
Oh, no word. Yeah.
Is there another one? Is that the one?
Huh?
Where do you want? Oh, you go.
It stays right here. That's where it was. Because these are our laptops and stuff.
No, I turned around this way. It worked.
Oh, because you know why?
Just show.
This plug in up.
So you don't want to put the water stuff already?
Thanks, bro.
Because we got to be ready.
Do you not want me to fast forward?
Fast forward this?
Oh, no, man. On that, turn around those gas.
You next.
Oh, no, right there. I need that order. Those people.
You don't. You need it right here on you. You found. Oh, blue folder. Oh, okay. Oh, man, got too much stuff in there. Look at this. Have you seen this? What's that?
Y'all found it. No, you didn't find it.
No, this dude, this.
Did it really happen? Like somebody staged it.
Nah, it happened, but it was you put it back on.
Don't play with me. Don't do it. Don't do it. I will stand right here.
Tell my story. Look, tell my story around me like that. We'll be cutting up. We get live stream, but we'll be cutting up.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you continue to enjoy your lunch, and I hope you have enjoyed your day thus far, hand clap for that. Thank you, Jody. We are going to begin our luncheon speaker. His name is Mr. Antonio Wright, Antonio V. Wright. As I understand, the V, he stands for victory, is an inspiring figure. He's the founder of Metro Area Community Empowerment Incorporated, and in 2011, he authored and self-published his autobiography, From a Label to a Brand. Wright did not have success handed to him. He came from a low-income and abusive home. He experimented with gang activity before finding a more positive activity, football. Sports gave him a foundation of how to be respectful of himself and of others. Wright added that sports taught him the rewards of perseverance and discipline, a skill that would prove vital later in his career. Mr. Wright played football at Provine High School, Hines Community College, and Jackson State University. I won't say anything else about him because I want him to have the opportunity to tell you about his inspiring story. I introduce to you Mr. Antonio Victory Wright.
All right, this is how we gonna do this. I'm gonna ask y'all how y'all doing, and y'all gonna say great. We're gonna start this thing out real good, real fast, real hard. Now, I ain't gotta talk too loud, right? Excuse me, I have a big mouth. I'm from Jackson, Mississippi, okay? So I'm gonna ask y'all how y'all doing, and y'all gonna say great. How you doing? Great. Now, I know you're enjoying your food, so swallow. Get ready, one more time. How y'all doing? Great. Beautiful, beautiful. It is a blessing to be in front of you all. And I wanna tell you, again, my name is Antonio Wright. I grew up here in West Jackson. I grew up in the late 80s, early 90s when gangs were about colors. It was about red and blue. If you're on the wrong side of the railroad track, you had the wrong color, things went wrong. I grew up with a father that was very abusive. He was very abusive to my mother. He was very abusive to myself. As a matter of fact, at the age of 6 years old, my father put a hot iron to my arm because I didn't iron his clothes the right way. My mother, I remember her coming home late from church one Sunday, one afternoon, and my father jumping on my mother, and my little brother is about 2.5 years younger than me. She would take him with her out of the house to get away from the drama, but because I looked so much like my mother, he would start calling me her name as he's jumping on me. I went to 7 elementary schools in 6 years. Imagine that. 7 elementary schools in 6 years. I was basically illiterate by the 5th grade. Now, all of us have a couple different people inside of us, right? All of us got a couple different people inside of us. Me, myself, I have about 3 of them that I'm gonna tell you about. Now, y'all are meeting Antonio Wright. Antonio Wright is the professional one, okay? Now, whenever you wanna hang out, you wanna hang out with Tonio. Tonio is that guy everybody like to hang out with. He's cool, he is. Now, Huck got problems. Whenever Huck come around, nothing ever good happens. When I was in the 5th grade, they nicknamed me Huck because I was always kind of muscular and kind of strong. See, I did not learn respect from my father, from my first mentor, how to respect myself, how to respect others. I was taught to beat respect into people. If you didn't respect me, I'll whoop you. And by that time, you're going to either respect me or fear me. Well, I told you I was basically illiterate by the 5th grade. Whenever the teacher would call me into the front of the classroom to read in front of the class, I'd rather flip a table. I'd rather flip a table and be looked at as a thug or a gangster than be looked at as a dummy. I would rather be looked at as the bad guy than to ask for help. You all, some of you, none of you all know who this guy is. Maybe one or two people might know who this guy is. You know how when you teachers first come to school, y'all come in about 2 weeks before the students, right? And when y'all get to school, y'all start setting up your classroom, you're putting up your posters, and you're getting ready, you're excited about the new school year, right? So you get your roster, and you start reading your roster of your students that you're gonna have for the new school year. You got, oh, I got Erica Johnson. Oh, I heard she's so smart. And you got, oh, I got Jarek. Oh, Jarek is one of the best students. Antonio Wright, oh my Lord. My year is over. Have never met me before, has never had a conversation with me, but because of the teacher's lounge and the things that I used to do, that teacher was petrified because of the label that was put on me. You all, I was tired of being labeled. I remember in the 7th grade, now imagine this. My mother left my father, I call him my sperm donor, left him when we was about the 6th grade. First grade I went to Isabel. 2nd grade I went to Wilkins. 3rd grade I went to John Hopkins Bar. You all, they would be together for about 6 months, they'll break up. They'll be together for about 5 months, they'll break up. Then I went to by the 4th grade, I went to John Hopkins. 5th grade, I went to John Hopkins, Barr, and Brown. 6th grade, I went to Clausell. 7th grade, I went to Peoples. And 8th grade, I went to Piney Woods. Well, my mother was a strong-willed woman. She's about this tall, and she was fast and aggressive. She was raising 2 boys in a place called Metro Manor Apartments. Some of y'all might remember Metro Manor Apartments. Metro Manor Apartments is one way in and one way out, right? And they got speed bumps so high, right, that you had to turn sideways and drive real slow, and you still scrub the bottom of your car. You know what I'm talking about? And, you know, and then like the police, whenever something go on in Metro Manor, like it was a movie theater. Some of y'all might remember that. It was Cinema West 1 and 2. You remember that? The police would stop right there at the movie theater. They weren't coming up into the apartment complex unless it was 5 or 6 cars. If it was just one car, he wasn't coming up in there. I remember standing before school every day, and I'm so glad you young people don't have to do this. When you live in a apartment complex, everybody catches the bus at the same bus stop, right? When you live in the neighborhood, you know, 2 people might catch the bus here, 2 people might catch the bus there. But in the apartment complex, everybody caught the bus at the same bus stop. So it's kind of boring at the bus stop. So what did we do? We always find something to do. We used to stand in a circle, and we used to box or throw hands or get rep, what we called it, in the middle of the circle. Now, if you wanted to earn a reputation, you wouldn't go jump on little Eric. Who wants to mess with little Eric, right? That's not gonna give you the reputation if you mess with little Eric. If you want a reputation, you gotta mess with somebody with a reputation. So when they stood out in the middle of the circle, they're gonna call out who? Huck. So as Huck, I had to represent. I would get in the middle of the circle, I would fight. I remember going in the 7th grade, get suspended 7 times in the 7th grade. 8 times, I'm sorry, in the 7th grade. Now, none of those were disrespecting my teacher. None of that was for gang-related anything. It was always for fighting, always being aggressive. But when I got to Piney Woods, I was held accountable to my actions. If you didn't make a 75 on Friday at the lunchroom, they would always read the scores out, and if you didn't make a 75, you had to stay out that afternoon. You have to go clean up and walk around and pick up garbage. Saturday, while everybody else having a good time, you got to go milk cows back then. We had to go. I was really irritated with the labels that was put on me. I got a chance to play football. Now, what I learned in football was, I'm big, I'm strong, I'm fast, and you tell me if I knock somebody out, people gonna cheer for me, right? I can literally knock somebody out and nobody gonna suspend me, for real? But my coach at that time, held me to a higher standard. It was not good enough just to be a good athlete. He wanted you to be a good student. He wanted to make sure that you had good character, good discipline. Well, what I want to give you all today is 3 tools that I used to help me to matriculate through school. The first tool is motivation. I believe everybody must be motivated. Everybody is motivated by something. Some people are motivated by finances. Some people are motivated by the opposite sex. Everybody must be motivated by something. Something motivates you. Well, me, my circumstances motivated me. My problems, my pain, the fact that financially we didn't have a lot. My mother was raising 2 boys in the middle of the ghetto, and I remember in the summertime we wouldn't have gas, because we had an electric stove. So why spend money on the gas? So what we did was we would fill a pot up with water on the electric stove. You boil that water, you pour that in the cooler, you fill the cooler up with water. Once you fill the cooler up with the water, you take the cooler to the tub, you pour it in the tub, and you took your bath with the water like that. I remember coming home and closing my eyes right before I would turn the lights on. So I'd be surprised the lights came on. Yeah. I was motivated by my circumstances. Now, the second tool is effort. I believe some people put in some effort. A lot of people put in a lot of effort. But very few people put in maximum amount of effort. What I learned was when I decided that I was tired of being labeled the bad guy, I was ready to be labeled the teacher's pet. Young people, let me tell you what I did. The very first day of school, I would sit on the first row. And after all of the students would leave out of the room, the very first day of class, I would introduce myself to the teacher personally. I would walk up to the teacher and I would say, ma'am, my name is Antonio Wright. I want to introduce myself. I want to let you know I'm not the smartest guy in your class, but I promise you, I want an A. I'm going to work my butt off to get that A. But I'm going to need your help. I'm going to need your time. I'm going to need your assistance. And I promise you, if you give me your effort, if you give me your time, whatever you tell me to do, I promise you I do it. What does that teacher now expect from me? They expect greatness. That means from that moment on, they're looking at me and they're not looking at the person that they saw on the roster. They're not looking at the person that they've been hearing about in the teacher's lounge. They're looking at somebody that they're now expecting greatness from. How many times do we look at our young people, or young people, do we look at ourselves and expect greatness? You should expect greatness from yourself. I was motivated by my circumstances. I was motivated by my problems. I was motivated by my issues. I was motivated by the tough times. But what I realized was, when I put in maximum amount of effort, you all, the same young man that was basically illiterate in the 5th grade, that could not read because of great teachers, because of great mentors, because of loving, strong-willed men and coaches, that same young man graduated high school with honors. See, it's not what you go through, it's how you go through it. And I realized that I didn't know I was dyslexic until I got in college. I just realized that I couldn't study overnight to pass a test. I had to study 2 weeks in advance to pass the test. Now, some of you all might not have to do this, but see, the way I studied now to pass the test is I would write down the notes of the teacher. When I got home, I would read the book. But see, reading didn't always stick to me. Like when I would read it, it wouldn't really stick all the way. So I would have to highlight it and then write the notes from what I read. Then when I would rewrite my notes from class and rewrite the notes from what I read, and I would rewrite those notes again, and I would rewrite those notes again. And I would do that for about 2 weeks and I could make a B. Yeah. Some of you all can study overnight and make an A, but me, myself, it can't make a. Me, myself, I realized my limitations. See, you have to recognize your limitations. You got to recognize what you do great and what you don't do good in, and what you do great in, continue to, but what you don't do good in, ask for help and get better. Well, the same young man that was basically illiterate in the 5th grade used the tools that my teachers gave me. I made sure that I didn't let them down. If I said I was going to do it, you can bet your bottom dollar I was going to do it unless something else happened. Now, let me tell y'all something, young people. An excuse can be the truth or a lie. But if you don't get the job done, it's still an excuse. I'm going to say it again. An excuse can be the truth or a lie. But if you don't get the job done, it's still an excuse. The truth is, I'm in a wheelchair, right? If my wife go to the bank to go to the store to go buy some new shoes, which she do often, and she run that credit card, it doesn't say, it's okay, your husband in a wheelchair. It either say, thank you, or see cashier. Me being in a wheelchair is the truth, but if she does not have what she needs, if she's not providing what she needs, it's an excuse if I don't get the job done. Your circumstances might be the truth, but if you don't get the job done, it's an excuse that stops you. Well, I graduated high school at Provo High School my senior year in 1993. Man, 20 years ago. Golly. Don't tell nobody else I told y'all that now. I was not recruited highly out of high school in football. I'm 5'10", about 200 pounds coming out of high school. So I actually had to try out for Hines Community College before I made the team. I tried out 3 times before I made the team. I was cut 3 separate times. The very first time I came in the room to try for the team, there's a video camera, and they said, tell me your name and your position. I said, my name is Antonio Wright. I play linebacker. They said, don't you mean defensive back? At that moment, I thought it was going to be pretty tough. I got cut the first time. I got cut the second time. The third time I came back, he told me, if you run a 4.8. Now, for those that don't understand how slow a 4.8 is, 4.4 is fast, okay? 4.8 is like offensive lineman fast. So for my position, I was really slow. I ended up running that 4.8. I had to dress in the girls' swimming locker room with shoulder pads you wouldn't give your enemy's nephew's cousin. I slept in the lobby on a cot, okay? And see, it was 55 people trying out it was 150 people trying out for 55 slots. Let me give you an idea what that means. Only 55 people made the team. Back then, 10 of those 55 are out-of-staters. So for a Jackson student, only 45 slots are there available. I told everybody I had a scholarship. I lied. I even told the church I had a scholarship. You know how when you graduate, you go to church, they have all the graduates' names, and they awards, right? They say, and he's got a scholarship to such and such, such. I lied. I'm sorry, I lied. I told everybody scholarship to Hines. I took everything I owned. I took my duffel bag, I had a box fan and 3 trophies, because I told everybody I had a scholarship. So I took everything with me. And in that lobby, as I'm sleeping, the heater was broke. So at nighttime, it wasn't even no cold air coming out. It was hot air. So I stayed awake most of the time. Imagine this. If a coach comes in the middle of the day and tell you the head coach wants to talk to you, and you're walking out for the team, guess what that means? You cut. That's what that means. You are going home. So I would practice wide open. I'll be full speed at practice, loud, every time I made a tackle. I want everybody to know it was me. In the meetings, I would be sitting in the very front row of the meeting. I would be calling out the plays. It's strong left, lead right, and I would call it out. But as soon as the meeting was over with, I would disappear and I would hide behind the dorm in the bushes. Because if you're going to cut me, you got to cut me on the field. You got to find me to cut me. You're not just going to walk up in my dorm room and cut me. You're going to cut me, you got to cut me with my shoulder pads on, baby. The first tool I believe that everybody must have, you must be motivated. Some people are motivated by circumstances. Me, I was motivated by my problems, but everybody has something that motivates them, or everyone should. The second tool is effort. Some people put in some effort. A lot of people put in a lot of effort, but very few people put in maximum amount of effort. Now, as a teacher, as a student, if you were to grade yourself from last year, and you were to be honest about your effort from last year, if you cannot say you put in maximum amount of effort last year, be glad you have today. Because last year is so far away. Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow's not promised. But if you got today, if you woke up today, you got a gift that they call the present that is so valuable. Use this opportunity to put in maximum amount of effort. And the last one is determination. I ended up making the team at Hines Community College. I ended up leaving Hines Community College with a degree. And I ended up going to Mississippi College for a semester. I ended up getting the opportunity to go to Jackson State. I never wanted to be an NFL football player, okay? The NFL was not where I was dreaming to be. My dream was to always to come out of the horseshoe and hear, wong, 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 wong. Y'all don't understand. Y'all just don't understand. To hear the sunny boom of the South, that was my dream. I got my uniform that Friday. Is my time. And that Saturday I was coming back, I went to Memphis, Tennessee. That Sunday was the day before spring training my senior season. I ended up getting my uniform that Friday. That Saturday I went to Memphis, Tennessee. That Sunday on my way home from Memphis, Tennessee, a friend of mine was driving my Pathfinder. The back tire of the passenger side blew. She panicked. She turned the wheel on the third turn. My Pathfinder flipped 8 times. I was thrown out in the third row. I landed over 150 feet from where the truck stopped rolling. I landed on my face and my chest, and I was wide awake when I hit the ground. I fractured the L1, the lowest bone in your back. I shattered the L2. I twisted my spinal cord. My large intestines completely wrapped around my spinal cord, and every organ in my body shifted. At the time, I was 5'11", 215 pounds, and 6% body fat. Y'all, I was fine. I ain't lying. Ooh, I was fine. I ain't telling you. Now, don't laugh so hard like I still ain't fine or something now. I don't appreciate that. I'm still kind of fine up here. I'm just sitting a little shorter, okay? Well, I fractured the L1. I shattered the L2. I twisted my spinal cord. My large intestine completely around my spinal cord, and every organ in my body shifted. That was February 2nd. On February the 4th, they had the surgery. On February the 14th, I was out of the university hospital into the rehab center. I was out of rehab from February the 14th to February the 28th. I was out of rehab in 2 weeks. That should never happen. Well, that Saturday, Jackson State with my friends threw a big party for me when I was home. He's home. Well, that Sunday, my little brother and I were raised by my mother. My only sibling, my baby brother, was murdered 1 month the exact same day as my accident. My accident was February 2nd on a Sunday at 11 o'clock that morning. My baby brother was murdered March 2nd on a Sunday at 11 o'clock that night. He was shot 1 time in the chest. They stuffed him in the backseat of his own car. They poured 9 gallons of gasoline on him and set him on fire. He was 19 years old. My mother almost lost her only 2 children in exactly 1 month's time. Imagine that. That woman didn't shed a tear at the funeral. Not 1 tear did she shed at the funeral. As a matter of fact, what she did at the funeral, she stood up and she said, I know where my son is. The last time I saw him, he was walking out of church. Now, I'm going to give this same message to you. If you're not absolutely, positively sure where you are going, then you are absolutely, positively sure where you're going. She could have been grieving for her son. Instead, she used that opportunity to pour seed. I believe we're still eating the seeds from the Indians that they gave to the Pilgrims to this day. That seed is still feeding souls to this day. I believe we have to pour seeds out every day into somebody. You must be motivated. You must put in maximum amount of effort. And you must be determined to see it through. Like I told you young people, life is not fair. It's not supposed to be fair. If anybody told you life was fair, they lied to you. Life is not easy. It's not supposed to be easy. If anybody told you life was easy, they lied to you. I graduated from Jackson State University with a degree in health, physical education, and recreation after my accident. I coached football from a wheelchair at Jackson State University for 4 years after my accident. I taught on a high school level as a PE teacher for 10 years after my accident. I coached football as a defensive coordinator, strength conditioning coach after my accident. I wrote my book after my accident. I started my own company after my accident. See, it's not what you go through, it's how you go through it. I do not believe in wins and losses. That's why I don't coach football no more, because it's a roller coaster ride. On Friday night, you can win, you're all the way up. But on Friday night, if you lose, you're all the way down. And if you win, you can't go to sleep. And if you lose, you can't go to sleep. And if you win, all the fans say, "Ooh, boy, you had a great job of coaching, man. You made some great calls." And if you lose, you suck. You made some horrible calls. I don't believe in wins and losses. I believe in victory. See, victory transcends wins and losses. As a matter of fact, in the NFL, there's only been one team that went undefeated. So what does that mean? You will have losses in your life. You will have challenges in your life. You will have difficulties in your life. You will have opportunities where you don't win in your life. But that does not mean that you don't have victory in your life. When you get that diploma, that's victory. When you walk across that stage, that's victory. When you get that college degree, that's victory. When you become that great husband, that great wife, that great father, that great mother, that's victory. If you focus on the wins and losses, you will lose sight on victory. And if I can leave you with anything else, I believe this. You must be passionate. Passion means to put more than enough effort. And whatever you do in your life, see, life is not good enough. You got to live. You didn't pay to wake up this morning, right? Nobody paid to wake up this morning. You woke up as a gift, but living takes effort. It takes effort to live. You must be passionate. You got to be prepared, young people. If you're not prepared, my old coach used to say, prior planning prevents poor performance. I used to hate that. I used to hate it. But think about it. Prior planning prevents poor performance. And lastly, you got to persevere. Because I can promise you this. You're going to have some bad days. You're going to have some tough times. Have you ever hit your funny bone before? Anybody ever hit your funny bone before? Why do they call it a funny bone anyway? I know why. Because whenever I hit my funny bone, everybody else laugh, right? Have you ever had a brain freeze before? You know, you're drinking a slushie and you're right? Imagine that pain in your groin, through your rump, up your back about 25, 35 times an hour every day of your life. You have that burning, nerve-ending pain generating through your groin, through your back, up your every day of your life, you're in pain. Pain does not dictate your effort. Problems should not dictate your effort. Situations should not dictate your effort. Your effort should be dictated by your heart, your desire, your passion, your love, and the fact that you have victory, and you have victory right now. Right now you have victory. Thank you so much.
How many of you all were inspired by that? And that you have victory. I know that we've kind of come a little bit past our time, but we do want to give time to our panelists on today. So if you would oblige us just for a little while longer, I would like for our panelists to join us on the stage. And as they're getting set, can anybody share any aha moments that you've had as a result of being with us on today? There are 2 microphones that are placed in the audience out there. If anybody wants to share a quick aha moment that you've had as a result of being with us on today. Any of our students? All right. So I'll take the 2 of you all. Okay, I see 3. So we'll take you all's comments and then we'll move forward with the panel.
Nice.
Was DJ, were you standing? Okay, all right. It's on the bottom, so if you press it and hold it, you'll see a green light come on.
And the green light means it's ready?
Right. Do you see the green light?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is yours on this side? Go ahead.
Okay, one aha moment for me was that being inspired by mentors and a really special teacher like Miss P is very important in young people's lives like ours, because it can help us motivate and stop dropping out of school, of high school and any other school.
That's great. And I give a shout out to Bailey APAC for being with us on today. All right.
Okay. Well, today really taught me how not to drop out or even think about doing the stuff that I would do. Because sometimes, Bailey, the students are hard on us, the teachers, and the work is kind of hard on us, just how much that they put on us and it's due the very next day. I know now not to drop out, and I know now not to think about the bad things in it.
Good job. One more?
One of my aha moments when coming here was to think about not letting physical and mental disabilities get in the way of striving to what you want to do in life.
That's great. All right. DJ, was yours quick? I saw you standing. Come on and share. And then we'll move forward. I think we have our panelists all mic'd and we're ready to go, I believe.
I just want to share, you know what I'm saying, what Coach just shared, because I catch myself even giving a lot of excuses. And I always thought an excuse was a lie. But now I understand that the excuse can be the truth or a lie. But if you do not get the job done, it's still an excuse. So thank you, Coach.
All right. How about we say no more excuses? We can't deal with that. And speaking of no more excuses, as we move forward, I didn't introduce myself before, but my name is Maggie Stevenson. I'm Director of Early Childhood for Mississippi Public Broadcasting. And we know that dropout prevention is not something that starts in high school. It begins really from birth all the way on up to give children access so that they have an opportunity to succeed in work, school, and life. And so it doesn't just start when we get to high school, but one of the things that we've dealt with today are the challenges. We've heard a lot about the challenges that students face. Donna was mentioning some things about a student who had a parent who was on crystal meth, right? Sometimes we don't realize the things and the challenges that students face outside of the school environment, at home and in their environments for the community. So what I want to focus on today for this panel discussion, we're going to focus on the importance of community. So join me in welcoming our panelists on today, Senator Bryce Wiggins.
Thank you.
Is it on? We're testing too,
Test.
as you all say that.
Test.
So a test on his mic.
Hello. There
All
we
right,
go.
he's
Thank
on.
you.
Councilman Tony Yarber,
Thank you. Test, mic check.
Robert Langford,
Good afternoon. Test.
Nancy Loon,
Hello.
Dr. Kimberly Smith-Russ, and Cassandra Welchland.
Hello.
Where they all are from are listed on the back of your name badges, so I won't go into all of that, but I do want to start. This is not hardball with Chris Matthews, but I will say it's hardball with Maggie Stevenson on today. So as we move forward, they've been strategically selected to deal with these issues as it relates to dropout prevention and the things that we can do as a state, not just look into the school environment, not just look into the family environment, but look into the community to come up with solutions on how we can impact these students and their lives. All right, so I'm going to start first with Senator Bryce Wiggins.
All right, I'm the guinea pig.
Yeah.
That's right. So as we already know, how many of you already know the percentage of males who are typically in prison? And the rest of that question is they don't have a high school diploma. I heard 80, 60, 70, a whole lot. I'll tell you that research shows us that 68% of males in state and federal prisons do not have high school diplomas. So the issues that we're talking about today don't just impact the school system, they impact what these people have to deal with every day in terms of those who matriculate not through high school, but who matriculate through our criminal justice system. It impacts the lost wages for our state and so many other issues. So Senator Wiggins, we know that Governor Bryant kind of has recently looked to address some of these issues as it relates to our criminal justice system. And with you having a background as an attorney general and so many other things representing your district, you felt compelled to kind of provide a plan for what he was asking for. Can you tell us a little bit more about what the plan is that you want to put in place as it relates to addressing this criminal justice system issue?
Yes, thanks, Maggie, and I appreciate it. And you use the word compelled, and let me say, people ask me why or what led me into politics, and I've always had an interest. But I tell you, there was a couple defining moments. One was, just like Coach Wright was saying, for me it was Katrina, and what are you going to do? Are you going to pick yourself up? I'm on from the coast. Are you going to pick yourself up and move forward, or are you going to buckle under? Second was, I was a prosecutor before entering the Senate, and I got tired of putting 14-year-old men in jail for prison. And the last trial that I did before entering or running for the Senate was tried a case for murder where a 14-year-old is now spending the rest of his life in jail because he chose to rob a grandmother and grandfather who had come down to Moss Point to watch their grandson play football. And so he along with 4 other gentlemen under the age of 16 are in prison now. So I was compelled, and I said, we got to do something. So with that being the case, the plan that you're talking about, Governor Bryant has made public safety a issue for this session, and the legislature last year passed a bill to look at the corrections and the amount of money we're spending on incarceration. But having been in the assistant DA and a former youth court prosecutor, to me it's more than just about money, although it is about money. It's about what we can do. So my plan that I submitted to the governor, and let me say there's a lot of things that could be done, but the ones I picked out were, number one, allow prosecutors to have more tools in the toolbox, and that is to allow them to look at an individual basis of the defendants and see prison and incarceration is not always the best thing for people. Let me rephrase that. You have to be responsible, but there's crimes in the state of Mississippi that sometimes merit looking at the person instead of just the words on a page. Second, when I was a prosecutor and I handled probably about 1,000 cases a year in my district, and 3,000 in the whole DA's office, 85 to 90% of those were connected to drugs. 85 to 90% were connected to drugs. And that's including your property crimes, that's including your murders, that's including your aggravated assaults. It was because of drugs. And so we have to do something to address the drug problem. And let me say, when I became a youth court prosecutor, I was like, oh, lock them up. They're doing weed. Let's lock them up. They ought to be in jail. Well, you know, number one, there's just too big of a problem. Number two, that's not the best use of our resources. Number three, that's not getting at the problem. So it included more money towards drug courts, more money towards towards drug treatment. And then third was to utilize swift, what I call swift deterrent. The problem in our system is it takes so long for accountability to occur that it never registers. We have to allocate resources and be swift about it. And yesterday, the Criminal Justice Task Force released its report, which I was an advisor on it, and some of those options that I've talked about have made it into the Criminal Justice Task Force. And to lower the cost of incarceration, to put more money towards drug courts and drug treatment, to be smart and know who we're mad at and who we're mad at and who we're afraid of, okay? And we have to look at that. And fourth, and I'm proud to say that made it in, I was the co-author of the pre-K early education bill, and in this report, in the last paragraph, it states that the research and the data is there to show that early childhood education reduces crime, gets us the foundation that we need. So I'm glad to say that made it into the report, and those are the things that we need to look at. I could go on and on, but
I know you could, and you mentioned the pre-K bill, and hopefully we'll get to that a little later when we move into some of the early childhood, but I want to go back into what you were talking about. When we're looking at criminal justice reform, and so many millions of dollars being invested into that, do you not see parallels between criminal justice reform and some of the things that you put in the plan, and also education reform? You talked about the number of 14-year-olds that you were prosecuting, or the 16-year-olds that you didn't want to see kind of go through this system. Is there not some type of parallel? So when we talk about funding, and I believe you sit on the education committee as well, some types of parallels that we can kind of make between criminal justice reform and education that looks at how we direct even our dollars to assist in the education reform to make sure that we don't have the 14 and 16-year-olds matriculating through this system, but providing them with, for example, one of the things, and I know Southern Poverty Law Center was here, but what they talk about is this whole school-to-prison pipeline that's inherent in our system today. So can you kind of talk about that in terms of some of the parallels, or what can the legislature kind of move into at this point to further address these issues as it relates not only to criminal justice reform, but also education reform?
Okay, yeah, sure. First, let me say I did, and when the questions were presented, I noticed that I disagree, and I have always disagreed with the quote, school-to-prison pipeline. There is, to me, and having practiced being a prosecutor for 8 years, and now I do a little bit of criminal defense, to me, that says there's a direct effort to do that. I don't think that exists. What I think is that there's actions that are taken by young people who, that sets them on that course. There's just not people that are saying you're going directly to prison on this, okay? What I do think is our system is set up that we're not addressing the needs that are out there, okay? So, and I do think there is a connection. I will say this, in my 8 years in practicing as an assistant DA, the judges would always, when we would do pleas, and we did pleas every day, say, what is your level of education? 10th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 6th grade. Literally, maybe 5% of those had some kind of post-high school education. And when I was in a youth court prosecutor, the judge would ask, why did you do what you did? I was bored. I was bored, okay? The bottom line is that there is a connection between education and criminal justice and where you're going to end up. I want to say that from my experience, I think what Coach Wright said, somebody is motivated by something. It's different, but you got to find out, and the problem is a lot of kids they don't know what they're motivated by, or they haven't found that, and we've got to look at that. So my point is this, is that they are interconnected, and the research and the studies show that if you start children early with education, that they'll get a foundation and they perform at a higher level. And let me say this, I think that, as a policymaker, I wonder, what can we do? And I don't know that this is something that I can do, but personally or as the legislature, but in Mississippi, we have to have a paradigm shift in this state to understand that education is important, okay? Education, and there too many areas of this state think that you can't do anything, that you can survive without an education. You cannot in this world, and for us to move this state forward, okay? So I don't know if that answered your question.
It helps, and I'm still stuck a little bit. We know that education is important, but I want to toss this to any of the other panelists. I know I didn't give you the question directly, but there is so much that talks about this whole school-to-prison pipeline that I don't want to overlook it, because there are students who are expelled for these minor offenses, and it sets them up. So it almost seems like we need to look at some other types of intervention as it relates to our school system compared to just expulsions and suspensions and even sometimes prosecutions for small offenses. And I guess I kind of use that loosely when I say small offenses. But if they're already in the system, when they're in elementary and middle, I mean, what's the likelihood of that continuing on? I'm just telling you, we may not see it. There may not be this kind of like direct line, but I think it has something to do with it. And any of the panelists who want to address that, to really deal with those issues.
So I think that there is validity to both points that are made, and the point that Senator Wiggins makes about the decisions that young people make. However, the other side of the coin is the fact that this morning I attended a hearing with a lady and her child in this county. The child is 6 years old. The little girl told the teacher that she was going to kill her, and they put the little girl in the alternative school, and the little girl's mother signed and waived her right to a hearing and did not understand the aspect of that. In a case like that, that's set up because there are policies in place because of our angst about things that happened in the late 90s with people shooting people and those. So those things set policies in play, zero tolerance and those kinds of things. So I get that. I think the other side of it has to do with how are we dealing with young people who we identify, who we understand may have some problems or some issues. What we understand about this 6-year-old little girl is that she does have some things going on with her. So actually the thing to do is, if we want to deal with the prison, however you want to call it, the school to prison pipeline, what you do is you look at those interventions that are going to really work. You hold the people accountable for implementing those interventions, and then you look at the progress monitoring that's supposed to be happening, and you make sure that this child has the opportunity to make it. I think that quite frankly, the paradigm shift that needs to take place in our state needs to be the paradigm shift of putting our money where our mouth is. So if we're going to say that education is important, quite frankly, I agree with the senator. Not only is education the most important thing, education is the only real civil rights issue of our day that affects every other civil right or civil liberty. So with that being said, our state, the paradigm shift needs to be, how are we going to fully fund MAP, right? How are we going to fully fund these things that we know are going to make students better? We can't start talking about doing other things unless we put our money where our mouth is.
Anybody else quickly, quick comments, and we'll move on.
Another thing that we have to look at are the facts. At the top of every negative statistic, you will find minority students, or what we typically label students as gap students. At the bottom of every positive statistic, you'll find those same students. One thing that we have to address is complacency in that particular area, that these things are okay, that the labels that we have attached to these things are okay and those things are viable. So we have to start looking at the facts and finding solutions, as the councilman says, to actually attack the problem, put our money where our mouth is, and actually have solutions that are dedicated and have results to moving the ball. We have for far too long been complacent with our now 51st and now 50th standing. It only took us 24 years to do it, but we're okay with that. And we have to have a cry from the community that these things are no longer going to be tolerated, and that we want to see some paradigm shifts and some real initiatives and some real movement in the area of improvement.
Ms. Welchland, quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that as we talk about, this whole cradle to prison pipeline, so often I'm in the schools a lot. My kids are there in the schools. And we have so many kids who are being funneled through this prison pipeline, kids who have disabilities. And we see that so often. The research is so high on that. But you don't even need the research. Just go to the schools and you will see it every day. And I think we have to, as the councilman said, we've got to get some new interventions and begin to train the administration, train the teachers on how to recognize these kinds of disabilities in these kids, and then put some things in place, some assessments in place to catch them, and also begin to change how we discipline these kids. We can't use the jails to do that, and so often that's what happens in the schools. Just show up any given day and you'll see it, and we got to change that. Okay.
Let me say this. When in my response, when I hear that, and I've heard it before, the school to prison pipeline, what my semblance or what I think of is that people are intentionally saying they're intentionally funneling people into the criminal justice system. And that's what I'm saying. I don't think people's intent is to do that. What I'm saying is that the decisions that are made by these individuals, like the 14-year-old who robbed the person and is now in prison for life because he committed murder, that was his decision. I mean, nobody in the school, that was his decision. So that was his choice. And what I'm saying is, it has to start, number one, in the home, but also in the community. And it goes to what I think Coach Wright is saying. You have to be responsible for your actions, which also means you have to recognize the choices that you make. So I agree with what Cassandra and them are saying, is we have to recognize and we have to be together as a community and look at that, and that's why this criminal justice task force is doing it, because we realize and one of the recommendations is to change the sentences for marijuana and drugs and stuff like that. Those don't warrant spending 10 years in prison, okay? And people are recognizing that. What my point is that you shouldn't be smoking pot in the first place, and that's a decision that you made. And if you make that decision, then you got to know the consequences, and it's you that start yourself down that pipeline.
And I get it. I mean, we teach accountability. Personal accountability is important. But then also we have students who kind of go down a path, and I think there's an accountability that we have as a community to assist them. Some of you all were here for Donna Porter and DJ's presentation earlier, but she provided an intervention for him. He was on that path, but somebody made a decision to assist and to step in and to redirect. And I think we have to look at that in terms of coming together as a community. There's a community accountability. I talked about a three-legged stool earlier, that we have a family and we have school, but then as a community, as community leaders, what can we do to assist some of these who may be in an environment that they didn't birth themselves into that environment. Somebody else brought them into it. So what can we do? And I want to direct two quick questions to Nancy Loon with the Parents Campaign. Councilman Yarber talked about MAEP, and there are so many other things, but as it relates to parents' advocacy, what can you share as it relates to the Parents Campaign in terms of what we can do as a community coming together to make sure that we help effect different results than some of the ones that these students are on the path to?
Thank you, Maggie, for allowing me to be here, and thank you all for coming and having an interest in this. This is so important. And advocacy is just speaking up for something that you believe in. And it is absolutely critical that we embrace the idea of setting a higher standard and making sure that all of our children reach their potential and get where they need to be so that they can have bright futures. When we do that as a community, when we set expectations high and provide children what they need to be successful, we all succeed. all those ships are going to rise together. We're all going to have a higher quality of life. Our state is going to go to a new place when we decide to do that. But it's going to take more. It takes more than just tough talk. It takes more than just a few phone calls. It's going to take a real honest conversation about where it is that we say we want to go and what is really required to get where we want to go. And my honest opinion is that that's not happening. We put Band-Aids on issues. We talk about kind of gimmicky little solutions that might help one child or two children, but we're not having a broad, honest conversation about what is really going to be required to get us where we want to go. And if I have just a minute to kind of paint that picture for you. When we talk about our ranking being, near the bottom in the United States, and I'm sure you've all heard that the United States has slipped in international rankings, that there are other countries that have surpassed us in student achievement. And so quite frequently we hear things like Mississippi is at the bottom of a country that isn't even at the top of the world, okay? And that's a shame. And all those things are true. So if we're saying that we want to get back to the top, doesn't it make sense to look at what those countries that are at the top did to get to the top? That's not been a part of the conversation. It's not been a very honest part of the conversation. And I can tell you exactly what those countries did to pass us. Now let me say this. It is not true that we have lowered our standards or that we are moving backwards. In fact, student achievement has improved in the United States and in Mississippi every single year for the last 20 years. The students who are here today know so much more at any grade, fourth grade, than I did at fourth grade. The statistics and research is very clear on that. Our students know more than we did when we were their age. The problem is that these other countries are getting there faster than we are. They have accelerated their achievement at a faster pace than we have. So how did they do that? Well, the thing that they did was to recognize that people like Mrs. Porter, the teachers in our classroom, are the very most important people in achieving at for students achieving at high levels. The teacher is the most important person in that mix. And so these countries put all their eggs in the teacher basket. They said, if that's the most important thing in student achievement, then we're going to make sure that we do whatever it takes to recruit, train, and keep the very best people we can to teach our children. And so it took them a while. It took them about a decade to do it. But over a decade, they got to a point where now, in those top performing countries, getting into a teacher education program in a college is like getting into medical school. It is very hard to become a teacher in those countries. And so they are recruiting their very best and brightest into those programs, and those programs are in their top universities, and they are tough. And they major in the subjects that they're going to teach. So they major in math or language arts or reading, and they become experts in those fields, and then they have a year of learning how to teach those subjects well. So there's not any question that they can't answer, and if a child doesn't understand it one way, they've got 5 other ways that they can explain it to that child because they are experts in those subjects. It makes it easier, so classroom management is less of an issue. All of these things are kind of lessened to a large degree because these teachers have the expertise that they need to get the job done. Here's the kicker. They pay those folks like professionals. Their salaries are equivalent to the salaries of doctors and attorneys and engineers because they are, Councilman Yarborough, putting their money where their mouth is. They say this is the most important thing in our society. They walk that walk. And in addition to talking the talk, they put their money where their mouth is. And so that's important. Here's the other thing that's really important. Having enough time for teachers to teach the students and for the students to learn what it is that you want them to learn. If you're going to keep ramping up what it is we want students to know, and we are doing that, and that is good and necessary if we're going to compete well, but they have to have enough time to learn that complex material. So the children in these top performing countries are in school from about 7:30 in the morning until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. On average, they are spending about 3 hours a day more than our students spend in school. In addition to that, they go to school for 200 or more days a year. Our kids go to school for 180 days a year.
But Nancy, when we try to change to get us to go longer, then we get pushback from the superintendents and all that.
I understand.
We changed the school start date by a week, and you would think, according to them, that we had destroyed the education system within the state of Mississippi, and it's not true.
And that's why
my
advocacy
point.
is important
Right.
for parents and people who care, to have an honest conversation about what it takes to get where we want to go. So when you work out those hours, these kids in these other countries are spending about 2.5 months more in school on task than our kids are.
So Nancy, let me interject a little bit so we can keep moving along. So you brought up a whole lot of things in terms of what the other countries are doing, and of course my next question is, how in the world do we get there? But I know we don't have time to address that. But I do want to kind of play devil's advocate and toss a question to Dr. Russ, because there are a lot of people in this state that when we had this last legislative session, we had people on both sides of this issue, and that was about charter schools. Now, Dr. Russ represents the Mississippi Black Alliance for Educational Options, and there may be some misconceptions that we have about charter schools. I believe we have the ability now to have maybe 15 for the state, really starting around 2015, right? So can you shed a little light, because there are some people, there may be some even in the audience who represent a lot of organizations who say, do not bring a charter school to my district. Do not bring it. What could you tell them who would be against kind of like this whole charter school movement in terms of how they think that charter schools may impact their district?
Well, the first thing is to realize that charter schools are public schools. They adhere to the same rigor, the same benchmarks that our traditional public schools have to come under. The next thing is to understand that this is only as good as we let it be. There are a lot of moving parts to charter schools. There are good charter schools in the state. In the nation. There are bad charter schools. Whether or not charter schools will meet the bill or meet the level of achievement, it just depends. It just depends. And why is because charter school legislation differs from place to place. One of the beauties of what we had in Mississippi was to have advocacy groups that kind of helped the legislator and held their feet to the fire to make sure that we had a bill that is comprehensive and will allow for gains in education. One thing about this whole movement that I think people tend not to see is that charters are not the be-all and end-all. You're not going to have charter schools and automatically eradicate all the ills of education across the state, but it is a tool. When you build a house, you don't build it with just a hammer. It takes screws and nails and screwdrivers and wood and all sorts of things in order to make sure that your structure is sound. So we do need qualified teachers. We do need teachers that have the freedom to teach. But we also need parents. We also need the community. We need business people. And those are the sorts of interventions that charters introduce into the dynamic. They take away a lot of for lack of a better word, a lot of the extras that teachers and administrators have to deal with, and allow teachers to teach and administrators to be administrators, and for teachers to be able to look at students and actually see what they need in order to be successful.
But for the people who say, why take funding from an already underfunded, in their viewpoint, system and then direct it toward a charter school system? Why would we redirect funds instead of providing additional funding to all the districts that we have throughout the state of Mississippi already?
We will never have enough time to go through that. But the short in that is, again, to create an option. Education is working great in some areas of the state. In some areas of the state, we have excellent education. Schools are A's and B's, MCT, and the other testings are off the charts. But in some places in the state, education is dismal at best. And there has to be some way, something needs to be done in order to help. We say taking away, again, charter schools or public schools. The next thing is, if I have 100 kids in a particular situation and you take 50, I only need money for 50. I don't need money for 100. So money follows the child. We have to make sure that we put practices in place to hold people accountable, make sure things are done. The legislator, again, has created some things that allow that to happen through the authorizer board, through organizations like ours and Nancy's, who have parents as advocates to make sure that the letter of the law is followed. And you have, again, our legislative body stepped up for education this year, and that's something that should be applauded. For the first time since, I think, 1983, 85, the legislator has made big gains and made decisions that are closest to students and to children. And that's something that needs to be applauded. So in terms of money, the money follows the child. We have to make sure that there are checks and balances and that, things are followed. But there are things in place to make sure that that happens, and it does. But we still have to keep our eyes on what our primary focus is, and that's moving education, making sure that students have the necessary things that they need to be successful, and to make decisions about education as close to children and students as they possibly can, and some instances far away from adults.
And I want to hear from Robert Langford. So we've talked about a lot of things. We talked about criminal justice reform, and a lot of things that we're talking about right now deal with education reform. But there's also this notion of community reform. How can we move forward with developing holistic communities that then provide support to all of these things that we've been talking about already? So I know with Operation Shoestring, you all have a lot of initiatives that you've been engaged in already, but how can we move forward to community reform, that everybody provides then support to this system to make sure that we have the best students who are capable of competing on that international stage that Nancy was talking about?
Sure. I think as I listen to the other panelists, what everybody's talking about is really tweaking the environment to create one that's more conducive to supporting and affirming what's good for children. That's the bottom line. And we, in one neighborhood or a couple neighborhoods, adjacent neighborhoods in the heart of Mississippi's capital city right here in Jackson, have been working to do that in a number of schools within one high school, Lanier High School's feeder pattern, for almost half a century. And the way, as I look at successful school districts around the state and at communities in which those schools exist, you have an example of where everybody's all in. They're all in support of what's good for the kids and the families. You've got the politicians, you've got the business community, you've got the parents, you've got the teachers, the administrators, everybody, chambers of commerce, everybody's all in. And we're trying to do sort of a small micro version of that in this one little part of the city, realizing that that is not a model that we created. That's a great example for how you create wholeness and success that ends up being good for the kids, their parents, their block, the neighborhood, and we hope eventually the city. And how do you do it? Well, it's really hard and it's complicated and it involves all of these kinds of efforts. And it's complex stuff. You're involved in people's lives. You're involved in advocacy and empowering parents on a very grassroots level. You're working with the schools. You're touching and pushing policy issues as well. So it's both top-down and sort of ground-up change. There's some great models. In Jackson, there's one called Alignment Jackson. That's a sort of more macro version of that very micro work that we're doing right in the heart of the city that's trying to emulate some incredible work that has gone on in Nashville, where all these different groups aligned their priorities and their resources in support of the school district's goals and objectives. And that's what ought to be happening. That's what it's happening in successful communities around here. I know Clinton is a great example, and there are other places in the state where there's sort of a version of Alignment Jackson or Alignment Nashville that's already happened. People and their resources are already aligned, and that's what we're trying to do in Jackson. I mean, it's, we're trying to create a culture of success where everybody has a role to play, and it's hard, messy, long-term work. The biggest issue, and this has really come up from what a number of the other panelists have said, is whether or not we, and that means policymakers, it means parents, it means neighborhood leaders, teachers, administrators, school board members, have the will, as Alma Powell said in Jackson about a year ago, whether we have the will to make our communities better for kids, and that means the will to make the hard choices necessary to facilitate change. Everybody wants progress, but few of us want change, right? That means we've got to do something different. And that's again something that other folks have touched on. We know kind of what needs to happen. This is not rocket science, but it does cause some pain to occur because we're doing something different. We're potentially reallocating resources, and we're trying to make that happen again in a very micro way, right in the heart of our city. Great partnerships with our schools, with the United Way, with the faith-based community, and of course, really being led by parents. The parents have all the muscle and the leverage, and people like Nancy and others and Parents for Public Schools are pointing that out and empowering parents to realize that they're really in the driver's seat to make that happen. I think, fundamentally, the motivation for everybody being in, and there are really two primary ones. One is an ethical one, but most of us aren't motivated by ethics. Often at the end of that, we ought to be, but we're often not. We're typically motivated by power, which is really about economics. So, I don't care whether your motivation is ethical or economic. I think initially if it's economic, it ends up being ethical at some point, but you need to be in, you need to be invested, and you need to be able to walk that lonely walk, which ends up not being lonely for very long, of saying this is what's good for kids, this is how we're going to make our schools of education better, this is how we're going to make things better in the classroom for the kids, more welcoming at school for parents, because that ends up being good for everybody. Everybody.
So as we move to a close, and we're kind of coming full circle, but there are a couple things that I know I wanted to address with the panelists, and one is the very heartfelt one that many of us are aware of, the 15-year-old girl who was killed close to Wingfield High School. These are things that are impacting, when we talked about criminal justice before, it's all together, it's all mixed in together. It's like it's hard to separate out all these pieces because they're so intertwined. But killed close to Wingfield High School. And in the midst of 100 to 200 students with all of this going on. So this happened to be in a particular district, Councilman Yarber. And so I'm directing this one to you. I know when Robert Langford just mentioned progress and change, Ward 6, what are you all doing to help address such issues like this? Okay, we know it's not your fault. There's personal accountability, but then we also think the community should take some action to some things that are going on in the community as well. So tell us about some of the things that you all are doing to help make sure we have this change and progress as it relates to these issues.
Yeah, so I guess an extension of that conversation that Robert was having about community, and you talked about this three-pronged, three-legged effort, and that has to do with the church component. And what we've done, Robert talked about alignment Jackson. We saw the alignment model, and we got the attitude that we can align around anything. So we decided that what we would do is pull together churches, faith-based groups, nonprofits, whoever wanted to get engaged, and we wanted to align around crime. And this started prior to, it just so happened that we announced this on the heels of the incident with the young lady. So we pulled together churches, we pulled together faith-based groups. There are Catholics, there are Christians, there are Protestants, there are Nation of Islam. There are all these people who have decided to put their proverbial guns, leave them at the door. We told them when we first came together that we can't ask the young people to stop gangbanging until we stop spiritual gangbanging. And so we came in a room together, we started talking out loud about what kinds of things our different churches and nonprofits and groups offered. As we started talking about these programs out loud, we started talking about a systematic wraparound kind of an approach to deal with these things in the community. So the challenge was to make all of our churches, all of our households of faith a place without walls. And what we've done is we've gone out into the community. We put about 75 people on the streets this past Saturday. Went knocking door to door. We did what we call social evangelism. We didn't ask anybody if they knew Christ. We took Christ's approach. His approach is, if somebody's hungry, what do? You feed them, right? You don't feed them a scripture first. You feed them, and then they are more apt to receive that word. And so we went to the community. We took an assessment tool, did some assessments, brought that data back. We have created this virtual hub. And I need y'all to get your pens out real quick. I need to plug this hub. It is called faith-based-alignment.org. I need you to tell your pastors, your church leaders, your faith groups to go to faith-based-alignment.org. Sign up as a provider. Tell us what services you provide. What we've done is created a place where everybody now can go to see what everybody's doing. Not only to see what everybody's doing, but to even partner with people who could probably help us to do some things. And one of those things that we talked about, I know we're short on time, but I got to say this, is that First Baptist does a really good job of doing Celebrate Recovery, where it's an addiction program. Well, what I know is that in sub number 2, where I grew up, there are a lot of folk in the sub who were on drugs. There's no reason why folks in the sub should pass by Shiloh, New McCraven Hill Missionary Baptist Church, Mount Calvary Church, the church down on the bottom of the hill. They're going to pass 6 just to get to First Baptist. So why not create this opportunity where First Baptist says, look, we're going to partner with you. We'll show you how to set up a Celebrate in your community. And now all of that is live on a web page. We're able to go there. So as a pastor, when somebody comes into my office, a lady says, look, I'm HIV positive. I need some help. I don't risk turning her away because I don't offer it at my church when I simply have to turn to my computer, log on to the faith-based-alignment.org and see who offers that service, plug in her address, and then give her the service that is closest to her house. So this is an opportunity for everybody to be engaged. Doesn't matter if you've got 20 members or 2,020. It is an engagement opportunity, and these are the things that we're doing, not just in Ward 6, but because, of course, it's my ward. That's what we go, that's where we're primarily focused. But that's what we're doing, and we need everybody to help us in participation with this.
And I like what you talked about in terms of the coordination of resources, because that's really what it sounds like in terms of pulling all these together so people know where to go for information. We find a lot of times that people know that it's out there somewhere, but nobody's gathered it together to tell people and point them, this is where you go for this issue, and this is where you go for that issue. And so as we move forward, and I'll direct, Senator Wiggins, I'll let you close us out. Cassandra, I'm going to direct this one to you. Social evangelism, I hope somebody tweeted that. Please tell me you did. I like that one. But when we pull all these things together, and my area now in terms of early childhood, we cannot leave here without talking about it just a little bit. And Senator Wiggins talked about it a little bit before, too, in terms of the pre-K collaboration initiative and the bill that was passed in the Senate and signed off by the governor. What issues are what issues are they facing in early childhood in these days? And how can we better address those so that we make sure that now MDE has the whole 3rd grade gate out there? All right, so if we wait until they get to 3rd grade, it's too late. What can we do early on to assist them?
So what I would say first is parents have to have access to childcare so that they can get an early start. And so we have these working parents that need that kind of access to quality childcare. And childcare is very expensive, and so we're not even going to start at 3. We got to start at 0 to get them in. And childcare is very, very expensive. And for working parents, that is very costly because childcare can be just as expensive as a college tuition. Very expensive. When I had 2 in childcare, we were paying $1,000 a month. And there's 2 parents in our household. But we're talking about working parents that need assistance. We're talking about getting that access. And the challenge that so many parents are having is the child care certificate program that's here in the state of Mississippi. The numbers of those certificates are shrinking, and so access to that quality child care is small and few. And the money hasn't changed, but the certificates have changed. And so the question is, why? And for child care providers that's serving these low-income working parents, this is important because these parents need to be able to go to work, and so they need that access to childcare. But these kids need that as well. And so the challenge that we're facing is that access to care. And, you know, we talk so much too about, you know, this whole issue around, you know, quality and what that means, and no one disagrees that quality is important. But what we have to come to a realization is, what does that mean and how do we define that? And, you know, quality costs so much, and our state has a system in place around that. However, there isn't money to really fund those quality improvements and quality measures. And so we do need to invest in that, but put our money, again, going back to the money, we got to put our money where we say these policy issues are important for our state. And so it is important. But I want to say this one thing as we also begin to talk about, you know, quality and talking about aligning. You know, the quality measures that our state has, what's important is getting our child care systems to align with the Common Core standards. And what we have in place currently is the early learning standards. And so I would switch that a little bit and say, yeah, quality is important, but let's get everybody on the same page, and let's train our child care centers on those early learning standards and get them ready so that when our kids do come from 2 to that 3-year-old class, they'll be ready so they get them ready for school.
I would, so I can let you finish up. I just want to echo what Cassandra said and maybe go from a little bit of being in the forest to go into 30,000 feet. Mississippi, and this really affirms, Senator, what you said earlier, Mississippi has got to reprioritize how it feels about education, and by beginning at the beginning of a child's life, actually going prenatal, but investing adequately and figuring out the funding mechanisms. And we know that their state revenues, and Senator, you know this better than anybody else at the table, are finite at best on a good day, right? So that will require, I think, reprioritizing where some state dollars go and also where some federal dollars go. And that's hard political stuff. So the mechanisms about how that ultimately gets spent, that's a little bit in the weeds. It's very important, but we have got to invest more in early childhood, or the paradigm is not going to shift.
And we've got to celebrate Senator Wiggins for having the nerve to do what we've been talking about. And so when you hear that he's coming to town to do some things, y'all go support that, tweet it out, let everybody know. So I personally want to celebrate you real quick for your efforts on early childhood.
Well, thank you.
I do as well, and I was there for the announcement, and so we're excited about what's happening in early childhood for our state as well.
Well, thank you. And to build on that, and I can say, and it's not just me, when was the last time that Mississippi led the nation on a good thing? And I can tell you from personal experience since we passed that law, this summer, I've been invited to no less than 3 places in the nation to come talk about what Mississippi did. And it's whether this is a backhanded compliment or not, but it's if Mississippi can do it, then we can do it. Right. But it was also done in a bipartisan fashion, in that myself, a Republican, Toby Barker, who's in the House, a Republican, the Republican chairman supported it, and we had the Democrats in the Senate on the bill at first to get it started. It was a bipartisan effort, and we put the children above everything else. And I'm telling you, in the nation, people are recognized. I had a reporter from Idaho, call me and explain that and asked how we did it, because their legislature's doing it and they want to know what we did. I wanted to echo everything that everybody said. And for me, in addition to the work thing, which is 100% true, it's also a science thing. I mean, there's been so much brain research in the last 15 years that shows that between 0 to 5, a person's brain, that's when it's developing the most, that's when it gets formed, that's what it's done. And it just, to me, it's almost common sense that you start that early and you can lay the foundation. In addition, in Mississippi, 85% of children 0 to 5 are somewhere other than with mom and dad, okay? They're either in a Head Start or a parochial child care center, they're with grandma and grandpa, or they're a private child care center, okay? And the idea is, if we're going to get ahead, instead of, and I'm not saying everybody does this, but instead of just being there watching TV or something, we should be getting them started ahead of time. And in Idaho, the person that told me, it's 65% is the same way, okay? So also, our business, if we want to have jobs and we want our state to thrive, we need jobs in this state. And every single employer in the state that I know has said we need early education to have a workforce. And I'm not talking just purely workforce. I'm talking they want to be here in Mississippi, but they need the people. I'm talking, and when we started the bill, you had the business community who employs all of us in here supporting it. So it's a number of those issues, and I agree on all that. So it's multifaceted. And I will say this, that of all the bills that I've been involved with and that I've seen in the legislature, that bill had more support from different coalitions than any bill we've passed. I mean, from your clergy, from your business, from your teachers, from your parents, and that says something about it. And the studies have shown that if you get children involved early, that not only is the education there, but the social skills are there. I would turn you on to, there's a book that was written last year, and I forget the name, but it was about how children survive, or what they do. Bottom line is that it's not just your IQ and that. What they have found is that it's those traits that haven't been measured at this point. It's called grit. It's what Coach Wright was saying. It's called determination, grit, determination, and that. And actually, the KIPP charter schools have started doing a grading of their children, of the grit, of determination. And what they found is, what they noticed was, when you had those educations, they'd get to college and the benefits would drop off. Well, what they found was the ones who succeeded were the ones who had that grit and that determination. It always wasn't just your A's, it was those who had that. And early education, early childhood instills that. I mean, the studies are clear, it gives you that foundation. And so if we want to talk about grit, determination, and succeeding, then we need to start there. And in some ways, I think maybe as a whole and area, we've gotten complacent, and we've got to get past that complacency. And so I think it's a great thing, and to get involved in early education. Talk to your legislators. We've had this, tell them you want this, you need this. And he's right. We have a finite pie, and we have to decide where that's going. I've said, and I said it from the podium in the Senate, I would rather, if we have a finite, my money, I want it to go to early education, because that's where my biggest return is going to be. And I've had superintendents tell me that if you're looking at it that way, that you could lop off 11th and 12th grade and put it at early education, because that's where your biggest benefits are, okay? And Mississippi has gotten, over the last 2 years, and Governor Bryant called it the education session. And I think he's right. We've gotten a lot of positive express, if for no other reason, that people are recognizing, we're recognizing our problems, and you know what? We're taking a hold and taking responsibility. And I think that's great, and I think that's why we've done it, and it starts from everybody. So I appreciate everything, and I appreciate MPB for doing this.
Thank you so much, and a great thank you to all of our panelists. They're doing great things in all of their various areas, and I appreciate them being with us on today. You all have been so patient with us on today. We are way past our time, but I would be remiss if I didn't give you an opportunity to ask maybe one question of this panel on today, if there's anybody who has a question. I see one.
I'm Dolores Sewell. I'm child care owner, and I think all of you did a wonderful job. And I do thank you, Senator Wiggins. We worked hard to get the bill through. You did. And we hope that we can do what you're saying. You mentioned in your conversation about workforce, and this is a problem, and we need your help to help parents that receive benefits from Department of Human Services, food stamps, so forth, to find jobs. There really need to be a workforce investment act in Mississippi, whereas we can get these children where they need to be to get proper child care, to start off from the cradle to the grave, as you're saying. And we would love it if you would work with us to try and sponsor a bill that can really get this off the ground. And my question to everybody up there is, what can you tell us that we can do in the community? We have been working together with a mothers and young boys program with Jackson State. And we're trying to figure out how we can get people in the community to really rally around what we need to do, because you say going to the churches, going to the schools, but how do we actually get to the hearts of the parents? This is the problem, the parents. How do we get to the hearts of the parents? And what do you think? What kind of campaign can we do? What can we get from our leaders, our educators, and our senators to really push this thing to get to the hearts of the parents?
I'll speak from the leader side, and when you started talking, it made me recognize this, is that you talk with your legislators, organize, talk, advocate for long-term solutions. The pre-K is a long-term solution. The problem with us legislators is we only look for, and it goes to what Nancy's saying, we only look at the Band-Aids. We don't look at the long-term issues, because you got election in 2 years, or you got that. And that was part of the problem in our issue, or part of the pushback, because people couldn't see that, because when you legislators turn around, they can't go and say in the next election cycle and go say, oh, I passed this pre-K bill, because there's nothing that they can hold up on a TV commercial, okay, and say I did that. They always want, or we always want something like that. What I think, to answer your question, is tell them we want these long-term solutions, because these things aren't going to be fixed overnight, and they're not going to be fixed in 3 years. It's a long-term solution. And the things that Nancy's talked about, Finland, who leads the world in education, it took them 30 years to get their teachers the best in the world. 30 years. It took the others 20 years. But in the society that we live in, both nationally and state, we always want the quick fix, and it ain't about the quick fix. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't get into my position, I didn't run to do the quick fix. I did it to do the long-term fix. So I would say, talk about the long-term fixes, but let them know and give them support. But also let them know if they do that, you're not going to elect them out of office.
If I could capitalize on that, echo that, and thank Senator Wiggins for his candor, because that is absolutely the truth. We operate in a 3 or 4 year cycle because the election's coming up. But this is the truth. Any of us respond to the people we believe will hold us accountable. I promise you, if you have enough people call their legislators about that issue and they believe it's important to you, they will listen to what you were saying. It's just that there are so many people, lobbyists and people, special interest groups and all of those things competing for the very same time and dollars and attention from legislators. And so you just have to make sure that your voice is heard. But if you have enough folks call, you will get that attention. And the way to get enough folks to call or to write or to do what it is you want them to do is to make it very easy for them to do that. And that's one of the things that we kind of specialize in. And so give me a call and I'll help you work with it.
She's right. And even if you don't agree with the positions, you can't ignore them, and that's how it should be.
Another thing to remember is the journey of 1,000 steps begins with one. to start something, to start at a place, and then work from there. We talk a lot about inspiring people, and programs such as yours that you're working with seek to do that, to inspire individuals to be great and to create an environment for them to actualize where they are and to aspire to where they need to be. So start with a step.
And I would just add one last thing is, you know, we talked about, you know, so often as we talk about in this early childhood, you know, community, so many times, Ms. Sewell, we know that child care is kind of left out of that. Usually when we talk about early childhood, we're talking about 3 and 4. We're not talking about 0, 2, 3. And we're also not even thinking about these working parents that you're talking about. And we have a program in the state that supports these working parents, which is that child care subsidy program. And as I said earlier, we have the money's there, but the certificates are shrinking. And so what we've got to do, and we're going to need all of you all to do it in Senator Wiggins, we will be coming to you for your help on that, is to say, how do we hold our state agencies accountable for how they spend that money? And so we're going to need our legislative body, along with the folks on the ground, to help hold them accountable to getting that money to support these working parents so they can work. It is a workforce issue, but so their children can get into a place where they're learning.
Thank you all so much for joining us today. We hope that you'll continue to rally together with us to stop the drop in the state of Mississippi. Thank you.